Find mine.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show that doesn't start until we decide to get around to it.
We'll get to you as soon as we can.
Yeah, you're real high on our list of priorities, let me tell you.
Yeah, we'll get right on it. Ryan Holtinger, what up? No name coder, outlaw, girl with camera, havoc. Hey man, we're trying to set things up and make this a little bit better viewing for you guys. So we'll let some people get up in the chat here. Bear with me, y'all. Here, let's do.
Oh, you got to be feeding the ducks, dude. If you're going to be doing background music, it's feeding
Okay.
the ducks. Right?
What up, Jerry, Cliff, Danny Stotts, Northeast Indiana. All right, so we're going to go over another video today, guys. We don't have a lot of extra time to do this here, so we'll probably give it a few more minutes here, and then we'll get up in it.
And once we get started, I will try my best to keep my comments to a minimum.
Oh, we ain't worried about all that. That's what we're doing it for. We want people to get involved in the conversation. We want to create a dialogue. We want people to come together and actually discuss, not argue. So that's another reason we're doing it. Not just to highlight, but to create dialogue. You know what I mean? So I think it's very important that we do create a dialogue to avoid all the bullshit, the riffraff. Just my thoughts on it.
You're not wrong.
So, how many we got in here? 9 people watching. You know what? No time like the present, right?
Amen, brother.
Let's get into this, guys. Here we go. Oh, and by the way, before we do get started in this too much here, I gotta get this right here. Oops. Pin the comment here so people can come up. God dang it. I'm a professional. There we go. Link is pinned, guys. If you want to come up and be a part of the discussion, you have anything to add, just know that before you come up, you will be verified. I'm not playing that game, so you will be verified by video. So let's get into it.
I don't know if I should see Terry today or not, but I think I will. I'll say something. I'm not going to use. I'm not used to that. Especially when all my stuff is already set up with having March. No, I assume that it was, here, we'll do it for this. As long as you tell everybody the thing to go through us, because they can't do. So, yeah, I can use. So, no, because all he's gonna do is transfer over to that first. He's just gonna email me scale, and then it'll be fine. Yeah, we'll be fine.
So know what, Outlaw? Outlaw General Bacon. No, not Mike Pence in Indiana. Worse.
Let me try to get a hold of Sarah.
So
Thank you,
Pete,
though. It's Booty Judge.
You should know better. What is wrong with you? COVID has affected your brain. No, we use Meridian.
is an absolute boss tier name, bud. Yoda Leahy Woo.
This is Carl.
Yodelay. Hee-hoo.
Yoda Leahy Woo.
Along with Kylie.
Okay.
Well, Adam just walked in, so I can answer
And
that question.
And stop it again here real quick. If you guys want, in the description, first 7 videos are in the description. You can crank up the volume, kind of tweak the volume a little bit if you're having trouble hearing it. I've got the volume all the way up on the video. It's the best I can do. The video will get better though. So with that said, let's go.
Sean's on vacation.
Lucky him.
Yep.
Millie just wants to kind of- that's it.
DJ and I were discussing on the way up. You don't have to email us every time to
Oh,
make sure we're
okay,
coming.
good.
If one of us can't make it, we'll let you know.
Probably should have done it.
Shelly's gonna, you're gonna be so happy that Shelly's back.
What?
Because she won't mispronounce your name.
I
Because
was
at the last
trying to
time,
count how many different ways it could be said.
because at the last meeting, you looked at me, you're like, when's Shelly coming back? And I was like, tomorrow. This is the first day back from leave. Oh man, do we have a great show for you folks today? Just joking. All right. Just want to get right into it. DJ, have you met Carl?
No, I don't.
This is Carl
Nice to meet
Brown
you.
Grimm. Carl from New Carlisle is our new planner who took Ryan's spot. And we aren't throwing him to the wolves. He's just going to observe today. But he did ghostwrite a petition. So you'll have his work product in your packets today.
What's up?
Where's Kylie? All right. So Beach Road is just tabled from last month. We recommended approval. They're splitting off a farmhouse. I don't know if you recall, but we just didn't have anyone on the Zoom.
Yeah, it was a missing petitioner.
Yep. All right, then we get into Ozone Boulevard, and this one is Kylie's. That's all right. I heard Carl said you were talking with Kylie or Shelly.
Hey, whatever happened with that guy that wanted to talk?
So hopefully we got
Uh,
the message I was trying to put down. So this is just a pole barn on the south side of South Bend, side of the bypass. They have 2 lots compared to the other neighbors, and it's just a height limit. It's they're gonna be on the other top standards. They are gonna be the only, like the largest pole barn in the area, but since there's 2 lots and it meets all the other development standards, it should be okay. I talked with Scott as well, and he did kind of a preliminary, for that, so the right way.
I just asked Kylie to touch base with engineering because sometimes you guys and even them, they'll get confused and say, well, you granted me approval. Why can't I have my second driveway? Because it's a separate thing from engineering. But Sky doesn't foresee any issues.
All right.
Nope, I'm having trouble keeping everyone's names straight, including my own.
There will be gas lines there.
So let me explain something here. This was a 2-week live stream with Hot Mic. And these videos have kind of been gone through from what I'm told, but I don't know what's in them. I've never seen this video. I've never listened to it. We're trying to get some eyes and ears on the situation, but I don't know what we're going to come across. So I can't skip ahead for fear that we may miss out on information. If you watched the first part of the stream yesterday, the first 6 minutes was insane. And it just got worse as we got further into it. You guys don't understand the level of corruption that is going on in this town. And you realize that, you know, they didn't know this was going on. So they're sharing all kinds of stuff, guys.
Thank you, Yoda.
I don't have any issues with it. My only question was gonna be the height, and you don't know, but Andy knows that the height, there's a lot of things, not a lot, but there's quite a few things in our ordinances that just don't make sense to me as a builder. And
You think we should look at an increased height for accessory structures in, like, after we do the comprehensive plan? Because we're gonna do the zoning ordinance after we do the comprehensive
So
plan.
can we, yes, I would love to help.
Well, that's why you're on the board, that's why you're participating.
He's got lots of thoughts.
In the plan. Yeah, I mean, this is good that you guys are all involved. And you have opinions. So do you think that 19 feet is too,
19 feet for the size of vehicles that are coming out, just for the size of the machinery that's people are using now.
and that's less than 1 acre. So they're asking for 24 where 22 is allowed from 1 to 3 acres. So still yet, you think,
Yeah, so let me just, for instance, throw this at you, my house, that you built, okay? The
in
wall-
Mayflower,
in Mayflower. If I let Sean's not allowed to go on vacation again,
we had everything ready for you for Monday morning.
yeah, but he didn't tell anybody he was going on vacation, and then I call him, I'm like, hey, what's going on? Sean's on vacation.
Sean got it all ready for you. Shelley.
You better stay on vacation.
Shelley's the one that got the brunt of it. She's like, yeah, he's on vacation. I'm like, what? What?
She said that you called. She answered, and then you just hung up.
I dropped my phone.
She was like, "You just hung up on me."
I did. I pulled it right back. I was driving in the car, and for some reason, it had picked it up on my phone instead of over the truck. And so then I went to grab my phone, and I dropped it as I was driving. To see what's wrong. Called her right back.
I know you do. So Brandy knows that, you know,
Sorry,
if
Jerry.
we have the same variance being requested and granted every month or every other month,
That
that's
is
a
a sign.
clear sign that we need to revise the ordinance.
So where I was going with this is my house. So one of the reasons why Sean
Mhm.
made me make my lot bigger from 5 acres, exactly 5 acres to 5.2 acres,
So you could go up to that.
is so that I could go up to, I could get my higher.
Unlimited.
And get my unlimited, and because of that. And
Yep.
the way that it reads is it reads 5
In
acres and
residential.
below is this.
Yeah.
You know, so you've got a lot of 5 acre lots out there that are exactly 5 acres. I think one of the things should be 4.99 or 4.98 or whatever it may be, to where,
And it seems like we've had a number of these in the last like 2 years or so that
And-
have been asking for a higher height so they can
Yeah.
have an RV, like specifically.
so I have wholeheartedly, and I've had a complaint with this every time. I think if you're allowed to build a 2-story house, right, and your house can go to 32 feet, whatever it is what I
Pause it for a second.
2.5 stories or 40 feet.
What you are hearing or barely hearing through YouTube is a discussion between the meeting moderator, as far as I can determine, and someone who is either a part of the council or one of their attaches of some sort. And they're discussing the fact that they gimmicked the records of his lot, which is 5 acres exactly, and he had to refill out his forms and everything to say that it is 5.2 acres because they don't allow a vehicle over a certain height in that town unless you have over 5 acres, and he wants an RV. So how he added 0.2 acres to a lot in the middle of town without purchasing property, I have no idea. That's the discussion that you can't hear.
Just another step in what we've already been blown away by.
All right.
It is in every facet of this town, every single part.
Go ahead, bud.
40 feet? Okay. I just answered a question about that.
I was like, oh my gosh, Carl, you're gonna be coming for my job soon. You're like,
I just answered.
Hear that? Whew. All right.
Yeah, so I think 25 is reasonable. 22 is, okay. 25 is going to be more convenient for everybody across the board, and we're gonna get away from this.
I guess my concern is, do you want to allow, I mean, I know we tie it by acreage now, but do we have an issue with allowing these tall accessory structures to be built in areas where we have a smaller primary structure? Like a 1-story. Kylie, what's the one that you just did that was like, yes. Yes.
I am all for keeping our accessory structures the way that they are, right, our sizes. Because if somebody wants to put a small house on an acre lot, hey, you have the ability to build a bigger house. It's not my problem that you want to build it. And now you want this monstrosity of an outbuilding, right? Sorry. I'm all for that.
You know what I'm saying? Because it dwarfs.
And we
it.
definitely, we made those make sense.
Yeah.
We had been getting a ton of the accessory structure requests, and once you guys revised it, we only got a few of them, and they're like really outsized.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think we're seeing more of like the 2.5 times, right? Isn't that what we're seeing more of, like 2 times what they're allowed, or 2,000.
so I do think the ordinance revision there made sense, and
Yeah.
definitely we're only seeing the bizarre ones.
So, DJ,
They're
I'm
discussing the
looking into that. I mean,
structures to
unless
house
we
RVs
need
and
a
school
fully
buses,
built
that type of
structure
stuff.
ordinance.
If you have
Even
less
doing
than
Texas
5
amendments
acres, you
here and
cannot
there,
build a
like
structure that you
financing,
can
we just
drive a
get by.
bus into.
But
The school is not a
we need to do a lot
domestic
of
property, and so it's not owned by a family. It's fully exempt from all of that.
So it's funny that you say that, because this was going to be one of the things that I was gonna ask if we could bring up in our subcommittee.
Yes, absolutely. These are the kinds of things that you need to bring up in our
Get
subcommittee.
excited.
I'm really excited now that you
And
gave me
Amy,
you guys
you
the
gotta talk
in.
about accessory dwelling units. We just have to talk in general about where, in your group, you're in Adams, where we're gonna direct residential development and where we're gonna hold tight on our ag zoning and ag regs
Nope,
in favor
not
of
doing it.
letting some
Theodore
areas
Tugboat.
go. Their development pressure is too great in some areas. We
Confirm
know
who you
there.
are.
Maybe we need to give way in some areas to really hold tight to ag preservation in other areas. It's what we're going to talk about in housing and farmland preservation. But it's all tied together, you know that. Carl's going to do utilities. So ultimately, you know what can and can't get built. The density that you can do with and without utilities.
Whatever happened to that crazy lady with that meeting?
Oh, she's fine.
I'm gonna guess. I just knowing nothing and just knowing you're talking about zoning and agriculture. Are you talking about Deb Durrell?
No, she's fine. And you know what? I
like her.
Deb was, do you guys see Deb and Dan come into my office? Yeah. So Deborah's fine. She's like, Abby, how do I make sure that my voice is heard in this planning process? I said, I'm going to be real honest with you. The message cannot be no development. because that's not gonna get you anywhere. People are gonna write you off. Yeah,
She's very soft-spoken.
I said, Deborah, people are gonna write you off as extremist, because we can't say no development.
She
We
hangs
need
out
to
with
have
Dan
development.
Caruso a lot.
It has to be good development in the right location. She stopped you?
Yeah, she's like, what's going on? And there's one of the people in my head, I'm going, I have no idea who you are.
She pays very close attention to basically everything involved with like local government land
She
management.
sat through all of our budget hearings.
She comes to every drainage board meeting just to watch.
So, she was,
But she's probably been to your stuff in Carlisle too, because she's very
Almost certainly.
anti-IEC.
yeah,
Yoda, again, something like that would be exempt from what they're talking about here. I do believe they're talking about residential areas only
Yes.
in this instant.
Yes. They're discussing residential outbuildings attached to occupied residential plots. So whether you have a plot above 5 acres or below 5 acres, you have a totally different batch of ordinances you have to deal with.
It's all about zoning, how they zone the area and you're in.
This individual, the male that you hear talking, was wanting to have an RV, but he didn't want to park his RV in the yard. He wanted a structure he could drive his RV in. And at 5 acres, he can't build that structure because of zoning. But at 5.2 acres, he can build it. And so they magicked up 0.2 acres for him to be able to build what he wanted to build, apparently.
Phantom acreage.
To go along with the phantom damages and the accidental demolitions.
Yeah.
But she has spoken in favor of the solar project. So
She has interesting views, but she's a very nice lady.
she's probably one, she does have civil discourse. Like, she can be respectful in the comments where they're not always that.
I didn't mean to sidetrack us, but
Anyways, no, it was fine. I
It
know.
was fine. She said, do you want a business because you went to college, your wife, was it your family?
I know.
Or something else?
I-
And I'm like,
Wait,
whoa,
what?
whoa, hold up here, pump the brakes.
Brandy, a lot
Wait,
of her
what?
concerns and her grievances were best handled. I'm gonna be real honest with you. The message cannot be no development, because that's not gonna get you anywhere. People are gonna write you off.
Lady with glasses.
Yeah,
she's very soft-spoken.
I said, Deborah, people are gonna write you off as extremist, because we can't say no development.
She
We
hangs
need
out
to
with
have
Dan Caruso a
development.
lot.
It has to be good development
She stopped
in the
me
right
after I got
location.
attacked by that lady.
She stopped you?
Yeah, she's like, what's going on? And there's one of the people in my head, I'm going, I have no idea who you are.
She pays very close attention to basically everything involved with like local government land management.
She sat through all of our budget hearings.
She comes to every drainage board meeting just to watch.
So, she was,
But she's probably been to your stuff in Carlisle too, because she's very
Almost certainly.
anti-IEC.
yeah,
But she has spoken in favor of the solar project. So
She has interesting views, but she's a very nice lady.
she's probably one, she does have civil discourse. Like, she can be respectful in the comments where they're not always that.
I didn't mean to sidetrack us, but
Anyways, no, it was
that lady
fine. I
It
know.
was fine. She said, do you want a business because you went to college, your wife, was it your family?
I know.
or something?
You went to
I-
college, you're white.
Whoa, hold up here, pump the
What?
brakes.
Brandy, a lot of her concerns and her grievances were best handled by the South Bend Human Rights Commission, which is who I referred her to.
okay.
Yeah, and then she goes,
You heard that too, right?
What do we know about the South Bend Human Rights Commission? Because that's who she refers to. Okay, just curious. I mean, I don't live anywhere near there. So,
Something to keep in mind.
yes,
I'm gonna call them.
apparently they have some authority too.
You got nothing to do with it. I
Yeah.
don't care who you call.
She was like, "Where's Henry Davis Jr.? Is he divorced? Is he married?" And I was like, "He's not."
Oh, so, yeah, I would 100% like to,
Yes, we need to talk about accessory dwelling units. We need to talk about accessory structures. We need to talk about what areas are primed for residential development and how we make those areas with development pressure better.
I got other spots that we should spend money to. Primarily health department for.
Hey, that, gosh, you should be on utilities too. Will you be on utilities?
I will be on anything that I'm asked to be on that will take my personality.
I'm not worried about you at all. I'm not. I am worried about it being an election year and having,
What was
Stuff.
Derek's comment when he opened up that meeting?
oh, you mean the redistricting comment?
Yeah.
He
And then he
puts that
goes,
into
And
everything.
then he goes, I'm your county commissioner for now.
He says that every time.
When he walked
Every
over,
time.
when he walked over to me and him and I started talking, I go, hey, real subtle. I go, what was the point? And he's like, hey, I gotta get my jams in wherever you can. And I'm like, "God,
Okay,
dude,
well,
come on."
DJ, Andy's resigned.
I know.
And do you want me to put Deb up in front of 150?
No.
So that, and council and budget hearings that night. So I couldn't get anyone from council. Tell me who my options were for elected officials.
To get my
Hey,
subdivision
Derek
through.
wore a t-shirt, at least with sleeves, not a cutoff and
Oh.
sweatpants. What do you want
That's
from
true,
me?
that's true. But I called Deb the other day to help with because I called Derek, I called Andy, I called everybody to get this subdivision pushed through because Barney and Brett were not doing what they were asked to do. And
We're getting,
what's up?
oh, okay.
And I have talked to Deb 10,000 times. I've known Deb since I was 3 years old.
She has no idea who you are.
And I go, Deb, it's DJ. She's like, oh, hi, DJ. And I go, you have an ear. And she's like, yeah. And I said, I got a question. I got a problem. I need your help. And she's like, okay. She goes, who is this again? I'm like, for the love of God, Deb. We literally just talked yesterday at one of the meetings. She's like, oh, okay. She's like, what can I help you with? And I said, I got an issue with my subdivision. Let's talk to Derek. I need to get a commission together because we're gonna take this roundtable event and I'm gonna invite Brett and Mark to it. And I said, we're gonna handle some issues that we're having in the county. And she's like, what is this for again? I go, you know what, Deb, never mind.
I
said,
know,
"I'll talk
I
to you
know,
later. Thanks."
I know. But she won her election fair and square. She's here for another 2 years.
Yeah. All right,
And Derek, who,
I'll stop.
yes, that's why we had Derek up at the summit. Andy, not Deb, council and budget.
I think we're on property number 3.
Thanks, Brandy.
We did not do 3. We got sidetracked.
Oh. All right, hang on, let me get it back on.
Turn road. So, and usually the properties split on significant.
Yeah.
They want to build a courtroom and the south is corner.
Yeah.
So they need variances on the sides. Because of that. So we're recommending approval. It's a, agricultural area, if it was all single residential, they would put the setbacks in here. And they are limited in whereas the typical one, because obviously people are here, so engineer and the lots is gonna be in the annex. So this makes sense for here. This was also.
A weirdly shaped property.
Yes. And we think that there's a will be okay. This is a small.
See, again, this is one of those things to me that just makes sense. I kind of feel like this is one of those.
This is
things
what we're here for.
This is what we're here for. Oh, that's the one you go stroke.
Give me a softball to start with.
We don't give the new people the messy petitions. That's why Kylie has McKinley again, or for the first time.
We'll get to the kid way.
All right.
Oh, thanks.
This is another one.
Yep, another river properties. It's like every month I done this job.
I think it's just one of.
We
those
didn't have
that-
any until you got here.
I don't know, they got me.
I think now once, I think there was probably gonna be this stretch of where neighbors were trying to figure out if this one was gonna get handled, then this one got handled.
Yeah, I
this
think
one
so
got
too.
handled, And now everybody's like, all right, they're just doing it, let's get it done before.
Or they see their neighbor doing additions or like, and then they,
Didn't know we could do that.
They wrote in the application that they were looking for a riverfront home in that Osceola Mishawaka area for years, and this one finally went for sale. And even though it's too small for them, they just said, we don't care, we want a riverfront property, we're gonna buy it, and now they need to expand. See, I showed you. This one's also a really small lot, and it's also, on kind of the corner of East Street and Stewart, or Stewart and Fox, so that also. As we said, almost every home on the store is, the condition of the property, similar to plans for this one. It will be out there, and a lot of things will be set up.
That's much better. Thank you.
You're welcome. And again, once
You're right. We got some goofy looking ones.
moving on. Riley Road. All right, this was Sean's case that I am presenting for him since he's on vacation. They're looking to split off 2.19 acres of a 57-acre parcel. And Sean is recommending approval on the condition that the balance of the acreage be put in an outlot, because otherwise we would create, with the adjacent parcels totaling 75 acres total, the possibility to create an additional buildable lot in the ag district. So 3 total, and then with the granting of this variance would create potential for 4, where 3 would be allowed previously. What might come up is that when we require them to plat an outlot, they then have to go out and survey and plant the entire acreage. So that might be a pushback. Randy, if that came up, do we have any recourse? Would we be able to make it a condition
I don't see
or
any reason why
commitment
you
of
couldn't.
approval?
Yeah.
Not that it is an outlot, but that, I guess, commitment.
Yeah, it would be a condition that the,
No, I mean, if they said, well, we don't want to survey it and go through a subdivision, could we write a commitment such that no development is allowed on this property? Yeah, I know.
I would not recommend, I would say that if they are that concerned about it, then they should just make it a commitment and make it a condition that it be an outlot and let the developer decide what they want to do.
Are you understanding? They might scream and cry and say that it's going to cost too much to survey and subdivide it, because then they'll have to plat this entire, if we require them to make it an outlot versus just surveying this and going through this subdivision, they'll have to include all of it. That's what we've recommended. Thanks, Shelley.
So if they come back, you're saying, so if we make it a condition, we approve it on the condition that they
Have to,
survey.
That the remaining portion of the parcel be made an outlot.
Right, and they come back and say no,
Then they
because
just- they
Let me
just
see
have
if I understand what I just heard.
then I assume that
They just decided that if you have a property that's larger than 5, apparently 0.2 acres, you will have to have it surveyed as a development area rather than as your home ownership area. And if you have one smaller, you'll have to have it surveyed. If you want to build anything in this area, if you wish to do anything, you want a shed, you want a swimming pool, you want anything that would change your yard, your property in any way, heavy equipment, anything like that, you have to get a brand new survey done, probably by her first cousin's company or something. If I had to guess, somebody local. And then
Someone
you
tied
also,
in.
right. And you also have to have any additional acreage surveyed separately, because there's a limit to how big of a lot you can have in this area, or they're trying to make a limit to how big of a lot you can have in this area while not limiting. No, actually, it's a limit in every direction. They're not allowing anything. They're impoverishing the landowners for any additional improvements they want to do on their property.
Well,
They will have to get a survey done to prove that they fall within the residential confines.
while giving special permissions to people that they are familiar with.
Yep.
Like the guy that had 4.8 or 5 acres, and it had to be bigger than 5 acres to get that special permit. So they just phantomly give him 0.2 acres, and now he can get that permit.
I guarantee you he didn't have a survey done for that.
Oh no! And if he did, it wasn't a real one. It was one that they drew up.
The complaint that was being lodged there was by the moderator about the pushback they would receive from requiring homeowners to pay for their own surveys. So they're making it a law, a part of the text of the community, that it's on the homeowner, not on the city.
Right. They don't want the city to incur more expenses, so they're trying to push everything they can onto the homeowner or to the potential homeowner.
Right. Okay. Just being sure.
All right. So we're recommending that it be platted as an outlaw because
Approve it as an outlaw, right? Survey it and plat it as an outlaw.
Pay attention to what's going on the screen now. I think we're going to get in. I kind of previewed up ahead, and it looks like we might be getting into them putting in passwords and such.
And then they decide that they're not going to do it.
That would be up to them.
Yep.
And that's their choice.
Yep. All right. McKinley Highway.
I can't
You're gonna
say,
remember
I can't
this
say
one,
really anything
right?
on this one because we represent these.
I was
people.
gonna say, do you have to recuse yourself?
I don't vote, so I don't have to recuse myself, but I'm not going to be able to provide much.
Are you representing the buyer or the seller?
This is our client.
The seller, the
Yes.
current owner.
Mhm.
All right. So they're seeking to legalize.
I can provide you advice that I shouldn't have an issue there, but in terms of like, I probably know things about this that I can't tell you.
All right. DJ, they are seeking to legalize the current conditions of the property, which don't meet the current zoning ordinance requirements. Correct, Brandy?
Yeah, because wasn't originally one of these over the property line.
All right, so this property was subject to a revised final site plan. It was rezoned in June. Is it June or January? June of, well, it got variances in June of last year. It was rezoned in, I think, January.
Yes, January was the reason.
So they wanted to do some additional improvements, CJ. It was subject to a final site plan. They rezoned to remove the final site plan. And then that was in January. That went to APC. And then they came to you all in June of 2021 for variances for the proposed building, for a couple proposed buildings. One was a 35-foot setback where 40 is required for the property, the northernmost property along McKinley. And the other one was a side setback of, I think they applied for 8, and then we granted 14.
Yeah, because that's why this building is set back differently than, that's why this one's set back farther than this one.
Exactly, Havoc.
Oh, okay, we recommended a,
It came under engineering, they said, you know what,
You're getting it, bud.
they applied for 4. I don't remember, but I have the after meeting letter, and what was ultimately granted was 14, because that was agreed on by the petitioner. So then the as-built survey comes out after the fact, and the building to the north was actually constructed at 29 feet. You guys didn't see this because they, rather than coming back to you, which I discouraged, cut off a section of the building at the front. They had to cut it off to 35 feet to meet what was granted by you, but they didn't. They only cut it to 34.4. So that's where the first variance is, legalizing that 34.4 foot setback.
You're suggesting your approval on this?
Kylie's like, whatever. No.
Yeah.
I'm recommending approval for some and denial for others.
We need to go through this.
Yep, we do. So we got the front setback of 34 feet where 35 was approved.
So there's 5 variances in this?
There's front, side,
Looks like 6.
rear,
There's 6 listed.
Oh, there is
landscaping.
6, I'm sorry.
Kylie, do you want it to go or you want me to?
Doesn't matter. For the first one, really, it really, was just all about the criteria for all of these. So which of the variances like work to meet the criteria? That's how I said, so you should be respectful of that. The first one, I feel like there is practical difficulty because the lot is at an angle and they did not realize that. And so when they built the building, it is slightly ever so slightly in there. And so I do think that there's a lot of practical difficulty there of the nature. That, obviously, it's, so I think, and I also think since it's so close to the development standard. I don't know about that.
And this first one is that they're willing to go.
35 feet was at the exam, 40 is what would be required. So we could, but they were supposed to meet 35, and because the lot is angled, they didn't realize when they measured it. But it was.
Okay.
So the next one, the west setback, I'm pretty against that one. Because it's frustrating that we said in the minute, like I read the minutes, we said, hey, can we do 8? They said, no, we can do 14. And then they come back and they couldn't even do 8.
But I think, again, they're trying to legalize what was there previously.
Yes, but I'm not sure why they said that originally. But also the biggest issue with this one is the neighbors were the most angry about this one. So I don't want to recommend for this one. So there's no practical difficulty.
Isn't this where they agreed to 14 foot?
Well, if you look at the not the as-built, but the survey that was submitted with the petition, they're showing.
They're giving their
setbacks
password
on
to
the
Facebook right there.
western Property line of 4.5 and 5.
I don't think I can do anything with that, but I'll try. No, you can't read it.
No? Okay.
It's just blobby. Yeah.
But point of the matter, they're blatantly like, they're giving out passwords. They don't know this is going on. You're hearing what they're saying as far as doing whatever it takes to rezone and acquire phantomly or not land to things appear to be legal. Unreal.
5, so they applied for 4. So I believe legalize all the structures on the western property line. Right, because I have a revised final site plan that was approved in 2015 that showed them all at 10 feet. We used to approve things via via site plan or revised final site plan. Randy, in talking.
Okay, Matt audits. Let's be clear here. They obviously did not know that this was live streaming for 2 weeks straight. This they didn't know that this was going on. They put all this information out inadvertently. Some of the things I highly suggest you go watch even the first 20 minutes of the last stream, and you will be blown away. I'm telling you. First 6 minutes, I was like, what the hell am I hearing? It's unreal. No, they don't. And what's funny is in the first video, they were given shout outs to the new IT guy. Let that sink in.
With Larry, Angela, and past staff, I always suspected that sometimes we approved things via revised final site plan that didn't necessarily get variances. But that's never been fully articulated to me. Regardless, what was approved in 2015 showed them at 10 feet.
Okay.
Now look there on the side of their Facebook page. They're playing games, obviously, while working. Your shortcuts. Look at their shortcuts there.
Well, you got to keep yourself entertained. Wouldn't want to get bored, while you're stealing millions of dollars from the citizens.
Exactly. And not only stealing it, but circumventing their own policies, procedures, and laws to do so.
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
And this happens in every single city. Without any doubt, this happens in every single city. Some are just better at covering it up, covering their tracks, so to speak. But this is the kind of shit that this is Shelley. Is that Manker?
Hear what I'm saying? So it never was approved to be the 4 feet.
Yeah. I
It was
follow.
shown as 10 in the revised final site plan.
I follow.
Okay.
Assuming it's better to ask for forgiveness.
Yep. Rear setback. Always shown on the site plans on file as 20 feet, 20-foot building setback on this revised final site plan from 2015, which is what the ordinance requires. Survey shows 16.9.
So I think this one as well, there's a should be always. And abutting residents, the abutting property is residential and civil back here, and there's currently no landscapes. So, it's also something we address in the-
Absolutely. The whole country is collapsing because of shit like this. PDF.
We're gonna have to stop talking about this in here. We have enough members.
Okay. So, Kylie's recommending against the landscape. I believe they applied for the landscaping in an effort to just fully legalize the site.
That's the last one.
They're looking to sell, and in order for the sale, it's my understanding.
Polar, and that's exactly why everybody needs to grab a camera and go out and record these people. We want to get a new TikTok challenge going on. New TikTok challenge is record public officials. Record them all. Anytime there's a government agent, government employee, city employee, record them. Get your camera out and record them. It's the only way to combat this.
In order for the sales to go through, they're trying to legalize all of the nonconformities.
That right there. Hashtag record public servants. Let's get a new TikTok challenge going. Record public servants. Everybody try and go out and record a public servant. Put that in a hashtag. Get it on YouTube, wherever. Let's get it out there. Yoda, it's not just the police though. Think about your statement for a second. Let's talk about this. Think about your statement. It's not just the police, for the simple fact that these people that you are seeing right here and hearing right here, these are the ones that put policies and ordinances into place. The cops are just enforcing what they're told to. I'm not saying that excuses them. Don't take that wrong. But shit trickles downhill.
The police are the bottom of the totem pole that we're wanting to check out right here. Record public servants, not just the police, not just the crossing guards, not just bus drivers, not just teachers, not just the council.
Exactly. This is why we need to film all public officials. Absolutely. Use this hashtag when you're doing your videos, guys. Record public servants. Let's get this trending. Let's put all of these people on blast. Let's find out all about them. Let's see what their business dealings are. And let's take the fight to the ground. Not the literal fight. We're doing this legally and responsibly.
Oh, Snarky gets it. He's right. The reason we see cops as being the primary face of the government, public servants and whatnot, is because you encounter cops more often than you do most other public servants. But you go try to build a building and you will encounter layers of regulations, checks, balances. You have to go through each step, get all the right permits, and God forbid you mess around and don't grease the right palm with the right permit at the right time, then you're going to have to go back, start all the way back over and pay out again.
This is why it's important to record all public servants, public officials, however you want to word it, people that work for the public. They have that title. Let's put them on blast. Let's not pussyfoot around it about it anymore. They are destroying our cities, our towns, our counties, our states, our entire government. Let's put them on blast. Hashtag record public servants. Let's start a new trend. Let's get an actual trend that matters. I don't want to see some thought twerking in front of the camera. I want to see people holding people accountable. Let's get it done. Let's get back to it.
And the only reason I'm doing that.
Really, do you know who's going to be here for this one?
I'm assuming Terry Lang, Lang Feeney signed it. Or Lang Feeney's the contact person on here. They live in Florida, so I don't think it's going to be them.
I was just curious because they've had Progressive, they've had Marbach, now they have Lang Feeney. They haven't used the same surveyor throughout.
Yoda, these town councilmen don't make suggestions. They make laws and ordinances. That's not a suggestion. That's telling the police what they need to do. I'm tired of the cops being, well, I just following orders. Well, no, you have discretion in almost every arrest that you have, with the exception of like domestic abuse or something like that. They have discretion. I ask a cop directly about it. They have discretion in almost everything except for like domestics and stuff like that, court orders. So to me, it's
And
not
things that get caught by the body cam. If it's caught on camera, they don't get discretion at that moment. They feel like they have to prove something.
exactly. Yep. Well, and we appreciate that, PDF. We need, as a community, to make this a community again, we need to not focus so much on each other, but on the ones that are causing the turmoil in this country. The ones making the laws, making the ordinances, and pushing other people to bend to their will, to have positions of authority. That's the problem. Let's get back to it.
One might think that there were things that the first surveyor didn't do right.
Did you bring your pig comic tree? All right. Zoned residential.
Goodness. I haven't seen one that bad in a
What's
while.
going on here?
I went on a site visit yesterday, and I wasn't able to get pictures. My question is, without site visit pictures, can I issue a citation based on that?
I would say based on this, you can.
What if it's from 2020 and he didn't pick the aerial?
That one's from 2022.
Oh,
I got a
okay.
site visit from 2022.
I would say we go ahead with this and only worry about that if they appeal it.
They hate the camera because the camera doesn't lie. That's what it's about, Matt.
If you back up and look at that scene, you'll see that no one in that council chamber is wearing a mask except the chick who's been talking the whole time. Which one's the Marxist? One of these things is not like the other.
Let's see if we can find it again. I'll have to let it play.
But I think you got enough to start it.
Thank you. Do you want to switch?
It doesn't matter. The microphone's already here, so I'll just stay here. I don't, because then if you have to pull it far, I'm always worried about tripping. Because like sometimes I have to get up and walk around and hand stuff out.
Oh, yeah.
My worst fear is like tripping over
Tripping on
that
the-
and falling. That would be terrible. Okay.
That would be.
No, that would be very embarrassing.
Hey, you guys, in the description, there's a video titled, talks about the Wolverines of Elkhart, Indiana. It's a lot like what you're talking about, PDF. It was a all white rogue cop squad.
Test. Okay. Sometimes the microphone down here doesn't work, so watch
Oh.
out. That happened to me one time.
Good idea to test that.
Abby rewrote my script. Now I have to figure out what I'm saying.
Absolutely, Chopper.
While you guys are going over that, I just have intentional.
No, it's not bad. Oh, do you mean about looking me specifically? Oh, I know. I just like, I'm just emotionally and mentally prepared that I'm gonna go through it and everyone is gonna be like, What? I'm not gonna have to go over it again
Actually, it made a lot of
because
sense.
it's really confusing.
What you're recommending makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So,
That'd be good.
just a lot of details to go over.
Okay. It's commercially zoned, so.
I returned your call yesterday. Okay, sounds good. I just want to make sure. Okay.
She must have.
All credit for what we're seeing right now, what we saw yesterday, and for the next 6, 7, 8, 9 episodes goes to Famously Unfamous. He was able to catch all this, and this is why we're able to do this. So if you're not subscribed to Famously, please do so now. He's the guy that got all this, and links to several of the videos will be in the description, along with a video about the Wolverines of Elkhart, Indiana, who were basically hitmen of the cop world, taking people out and shit.
I forgot to print it, sorry. I know, I'm rusty. Been off the loop a little bit.
I was just thinking about this poor computer with the 372 tabs open.
Well, like Famously was saying, pay attention to the tabs that they have open too. Scottish Rite and everything is open. Do I have a mod in the chat that can drop his channel, please?
Yeah, sure.
Not that I've seen.
No, I knew DJ and I was going by process of elimination. Everyone's here.
Famously, AJOT.
Famously Unfamous. Everybody, please go subscribe to him. He made all this possible.
So since you have heard us talk about it, you could just print it and
That's good.
I knew where that was going, and I was like, oh, I'm just joking.
They're trying to
There we go.
Isn't like non moderators posting links.
They might not be.
Yeah, moderators can't post links, guys. Sorry.
Well, they can't do it in YouTube chat anyway, but
Thank you for trying, though, Matt. I appreciate that, man.
Jim, did you bike? Wow.
Appreciate you, no name. Huge shout out to Famously for this. Thank you, brother.
Yeah. see?
I've always wondered.
That's good.
I had a professor in law school who decided he was going to bike everywhere, and it apparently extended into winter until the day that he gave himself hypothermia on the way to class. And we spent that class period like not really doing anything, like he was there, but he kept losing his train of thought, and we ended up just like sitting there doing the reading, and he went got a blanket. He decided he wasn't going to bicycle when it was that cold again.
Yeah, sometimes like the colder climates are like very bicycle friendly. Like Minneapolis is one of the communities in the states that has like the most bike lanes and stuff.
Well, I don't know that I would call Indianapolis particularly bike friendly.
Minneapolis.
Yeah, I know. I was just saying.
Minneapolis, not Minneapolis, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
We were in Indy. She's doing beach.
Oh, I thought you went to Notre Dame.
I did go to Notre Dame for my undergrad.
Oh, and then you went to.
I went to IUPUI for my law school.
They should be.
They gave me the most money.
I followed a very similar trajectory in going to Ball State for my planning master's because I got a GA and it covered everything.
Yeah, law school is one of those things where there is no need-based aid. It is entirely based on your LSAT score, pretty much. So if you go to a school that's less highly ranked and get a really good LSAT score, you get more money.
Thank you, AJOT.
I applied for Notre Dame law school, but they waitlisted me. I heard so.
Great. We are ready to go.
It's too big.
Once in a while, I'll load my bike.
So
on
then
the
I
car.
had to
like
go up
say,
there and I had to go
take my
out.
bike for a
I
ride.
had to do this. I had to do that. I didn't want to do it. So
Mostly I just go from
Yeah.
home. I watch the wind. I'll ride it.
Because they always complain about how it's hot. I would rather be. Because then, like, we should. Because I hate having to like bundle up in the sun. To come to the office. I'd rather. Yeah, like I want to wear my formal tank tops that I bought.
I'm Carl. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Outside,
Carl from New Carlisle.
DJ.
That's real money.
Hi, Abby.
Recording in progress.
What'd you have in it?
They had
No.
a campground and everything.
Where's my sheet? Here it is, right here. All right, everybody. The time is 1:30, and I hereby call the August 10th, 2022 Area Board of Zoning and Appeals to order. We have 7 members present today on a 7-member board. This meeting is held in person and virtually on the 4th floor of the council chambers of the County City Building with a Zoom video and phone teleconferencing option available. It's posted on the website sjcindiana.com/agenda sender. Regarding public comment, we will first ask for any public comment from those sitting in the chambers, then call on the members of the public to attend remotely. If a member of the public attends remotely, wishes to participate in the public comment portion of the meeting, they should indicate this by using the raise hand function in Zoom and/or by the messaging the host in the chat function. Please clearly state your name and address for the record. We ask the board members to state their name when making a motion and a second. Lastly, please silence your cell phones so they do not disturb the meeting. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Hawley,
Present.
Mr. Moffett,
Here.
Mr. Ritzma,
Here.
Mr. Roush,
Here.
Mr. Schaefer,
Here.
Mr. Vellman,
Here.
Mr. Tavernier.
Here. Okay, we have petition number 1, please.
Location 68936 Beach Road, an unaddressed 2± acre parcel at the northeast corner of Shively Road and Beach Road, as tabled. Owner Lehman Farms LP, requested actions. Variance number 1, section 154.092 sub D, to allow a front yard setback of 0 foot where a minimum of 35 feet is required for an existing house constructed 35 feet from the center line of the road. And variance number 2 from section 154.092 sub A, to allow a lot area of 1 acre where a minimum of 20 acres is required. Zoning A agricultural district, county.
Shelley, could you please click onto the screen? All right, this property was tabled from last month because we didn't have a representative on Zoom or present on behalf of the petitioner. This petition is to allow an existing single-family dwelling to be separated from 39 acres of cultivated farmland. It will not create an additional buildable lot in the agricultural district than what would be permitted by right. This is the property proposed to be split off and the existing home. And the site plan showing the proposed lot, which is requested to be split off from the 39 acres of tilled farmland. In looking at the Indiana Code criteria for the granting of a developmental variance, the approval would not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, or welfare. The front setback is for an existing house that is non-conforming and is only required because additional right-of-way must be dedicated as a result of the subdivision. And the lot area variance would not allow the possibility for an additional residential lot in the agricultural district. The use and value of the area would not be affected in a substantially adverse manner, as the properties will continue to be used in the same manner. And strict application to the terms of the chapter would result in a practical difficulty in the use of the property, because it would prohibit the subdivision from occurring. And as I mentioned previously, the subdivision as proposed does not create an additional buildable lot beyond what would be allowed in the agricultural district. Staff recommends approval of both variances.
Okay. You guys have any questions?
I'm just, the proposal says 2± acre parcel, which I get that it's not exact, but on the sheet here that shows the actual lot, it shows 1.13 acres. Is that because they're not certain where the lines will ultimately end up, or where they're going to get it all staked off, or why I know 2± is not exact, but they put 1.13 on this sheet, so.
I would ask the petitioner to answer that, but that could be a result of the additional right-of-way that's being dedicated.
Okay. You guys have any more questions?
Abby, if I may, you talk about the sentence that said it won't create the possibility of an additional buildable lot in the agricultural beyond what would be permitted by right. There's plenty of road frontage and it's over 20 acres, so it would be a buildable lot, wouldn't it?
Well, if you're starting with 40 acres, then you have 2 buildable lots. If you take 1 or 2 acres out of it, then you're left with 38 or 39 acres.
But to clarify, it's not going to be an outlot.
Correct.
It's, so it could, someone could build on the 39 acres.
Correct.
Okay.
You're going to see a petition later on where we have recommended that we create an outlot because we're looking at how many lots can you eke out of the acreage that's left.
Mhm.
So with this particular property at 40 acres, they have 2 buildable lots, 20 acres.
Mhm.
Whereas when they take out 1 to 2 acres, they're splitting off the house and then they have, let's say, 38 acres remaining.
Mhm.
38 acres doesn't get you to 2 buildable lots. 38 acres gets you to 1 buildable lot. So they're not creating additional buildable lots. Now, if we had, say, a 45 acre parcel
Mhm.
and we give a variance for lot area for 2 acres and then we're left with a 43 acre parcel, well, then we have created the possibility for an additional lot.
But you could take the 38 acres, put another house on it, divide off 10, and then you'd have another buildable lot.
You wouldn't be able to divide off 10 unless it meets the zoning ordinance requirements for the agricultural exception. It is 20 acres.
Oh, okay, so you couldn't make a mini out of that house that you just built.
Not without coming to you gentlemen
Right,
for approval.
Right. We could see it again.
We could see it again.
Just,
and again
I
and
just
again.
wanted that clarification. That's cool.
Stop
Yep.
giving people ideas. All right, you guys done? Good?
We're done.
Okay.
Let me see if I can understand what I've been listening to.
Got any
Hold on.
more questions?
All right, go ahead.
See if I can nutshell it. They are arranging it so that people who have large parcels of lands, 38, 40, 42 acres, currently the zoning would require them to get a variance for every allotted bit of land they wanted to build on, with the exception of 2 on a 40 acre lot. True so far?
Yeah, from what I can tell.
Okay. So what this gentleman suggested was, what if I just take the 42 acres, split off 10, I still have enough acreage to apply as a 2 lot, and I've basically created an additional lot by going under. But she says, no, you couldn't do that. You'd have to come before the council to get a variance to make that 10.
Yeah.
Because it has to be at least 20.
Right.
And it's because this is arable land. This is supposed to be farmland, probably currently is farmland, and they are swangling it into as many possible building sites as they can make.
Right.
Without actually directly breaking the law with the doing of it.
Right. Well, famously is saying here, the Plat Commission has future zoning plans for your property before you even do anything with it. So they're planning ahead. They're trying to play chess with your lives. That's what they're doing.
Right. Gotcha. Just wanted to be certain I was following the program.
That's the way I mean, we're right here.
All right. Name and address, please, and you got 10 minutes.
Kyle Lehman, 68026 Beach Road, Napanee, Indiana, 46550.
Do you want to talk about the petition at all?
I'm buying the house from my grandparents who are now deceased. It's within a trust, so I'll be buying it from my dad and his brother and sister. Been in the family for 60 or so years, so yeah.
Okay.
Just requesting for those variances to be approved, and we can move forward then.
All right.
Onto the planning committee, right? Would that be the next step after this?
Yeah, it will need to go through the plat committee for approval.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, to answer the gentleman's question, we had put ±2 before the surveyor came in there. When they staked everything off and got the actual lot, that's where the 1.13 comes in
Okay,
too.
because lot 1 is 1.13, but it's a 1.56 acre tract of land, which I would include would be the right of way. So it's close.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else got any questions? No? Okay, thanks, sir.
Thank you. Do I need to stick around for anything after this, or I'll be getting a notification for the plat committee, or when that
So
happens?
I'd stick
next
around
month?
until the end of your
Okay.
variance hearing, and then you can take off
Okay.
as soon as we're done with
Never been
that.
through it before, so just making sure.
Okay. All right, I will now open it up to the public. Is there anybody wishing to speak in favor of this petition? Please step forward. None? Any on Zoom? None. Is there any?
Yes, go ahead.
Just saying it. You got one person who came up like, man, this shit ain't really cool. Does anybody want to speak out for it? No? Can we get somebody on Zoom real quick? I'd like to have somebody speak out for it. Because
Of course.
it doesn't look good otherwise.
You're calling for someone to fucking please speak out against this.
Dear God,
Please.
anybody out there, if you could string 3 words together, come say, yes, good.
No, bad. Wow.
Anybody who would like to speak against this petition, please step forward. See none. Any on Zoom? See none. The public portion is now closed. Anybody got any last questions, or I'll take a motion?
Abby, would you know, I guess I should ask him this question. The remaining land there, is that all tillable and in crops?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Abby.
If you have questions for the petitioner can please approach the podium to answer on the recording.
You good? Okay. All right.
Donnie Ritzman, I'll make a motion to approve the variances as requested.
I'll second that. Bob Hawley.
Okay, motion and a second. Shelley?
Mr. Moffett,
Yes.
Mr. Roush,
Yes.
Mr. Schaefer,
Yes.
Mr. Veldman,
Yes.
Mr. Hawley,
Yes.
Mr. Ritzma,
Yes.
Mr. Tavernier.
Yes, based on the testimony presented here today, after careful consideration, the Area Board of Zoning and Appeals grants your variances and will issue written findings of the facts. Thank you.
And you may leave.
Wow, you may leave. Well, thanks for the permission.
I'm not going to lie. I'd want to get out of that snake pit as fast as possible, too.
Fuck yes.
Petition number 2.
Location 20363 Ozone Boulevard. Owner Mark and Lindy Roberts. Requested action, variance number 1 from section 154.070, sub C1A1, to allow a height of 24 feet where a maximum height of 22 feet is allowed for a new pole barn. Zoning R Single Family District, County.
Shelley, could you click onto the PowerPoint? Thank you. Hi, this is Kylie Abrams, Area Plan Commission staff. Staff recommends approval of the variance. The petitioner is proposing to construct a 40-foot by 64-foot accessory pole barn on their 1.77-acre property to store a Class A motorhome and other personal property. As you can see, the property is located at the end of a street that dead ends at the US 31 bypass, and the property is largely surrounded by forest. This is the front of the home. This is where the proposed pole barn would be located, just south of that shed, as you can see. Looking east, west. These are the provided site plans from the petitioner. The proposed pole barn will meet all other development standards aside from the maximum height. It will have a driveway installed leading to it and will have gas and electricity run to the pole barn. Here are provided rough elevations for the building, looking south, north, and west, showing the garage doors and side door. To the criteria, the approval will not be injurious to the public health, safety.
A 2-year-old could do better plans than that. They seriously just approved that crap on the chicken scratch. Oh, my dear monkeys.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you brought me that to approve or disapprove of anything, I would laugh in your face. Oh, it's going to be about 26, maybe 27 feet tall. It's going to be like 60, 63 feet long, something like that. I got a little sketch right here my kid did.
It's in
No,
crayon.
no, sir.
These people are a serious joke, and they don't. They're literally screwing with people's lives.
Yes.
Literally, right in front of us, screwing with everybody's lives in this area. They're taking advantage of people's ignorance of the law and policies and stuff like that, and running with it full speed.
Good. Yeah, no, they're all right. Yeah. You know,
It's
I'm
right
a
here.
firm believer that it's an American process to sell out. I just beg each and every one of y'all, don't do it cheap. These people are selling out at the local level.
Yeah, and they're doing it dirt cheap in a area that's already hit with monetary setbacks.
No, that's true. When a system of any description, a business, a city, a town, township, village, starts digging through change in their sofa cushions, they're no longer providing services for the people.
Exactly. They're providing a service for themselves. That's what it's about at this point. Like, if you just take, say, the first 10 minutes of the first video, and this small section right here, or the section where they're talking about phantom damages or creating land out, any one little piece that we've seen so far is at minimum criminal.
Certainly damnable.
For sure.
The morals and general welfare of the community. Approval will not be injurious. General welfare can only be improved by the additional storage that the petitioner intends to keep public property safely and privately stored in and out of the petitioner's open yard. Number two, the use and value of the area adjacent to the property included in the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. The area adjacent to the property will likely not be affected. Although this is the largest accessory structure in the immediate area, the petitioner's larger lot size compared to the other lots in the neighborhood and the fact that it will meet all other development standards for the district should result in little impact on the neighborhood. Number three, the strict application of the terms of this chapter would result in practical difficulties in the use of the property. Strict application of the terms of this chapter would prevent the petitioner from safely storing their Class A motorhome out of lines of sight for the neighborhood, and it would prevent future violation of the zoning ordinance. I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Anybody got questions? When are we gonna start looking at this? This is, multiple times we've had this issue, and it appears a standard building practice is a 412 roof, and to maintain a 16-foot clearance, it's gonna require something larger than 22 foot for height.
That's a great question, and something that your chair brought to our attention in regards not to this specific petition, but the general ordinance needing to be updated prior to the meeting.
I mean, could it be that it's a sliding scale over a certain square footage? It could be 22 if it's a bigger square footage by a.
Do what?
All right. So you remember me complaining about the sketch they used for the building?
Yeah.
It scratched my brain. I shook my head and I said, man, somebody brought me that. I wouldn't even look at the job until they brought me some actual plans. And what he just brought up is exactly the reason. The space they're claiming to put it in will require the roof to be higher than the variance permit because of the square footage of the actual overhang of the roof, and not just the footprint of the building requires a specific pitch for the roof. So they've requested a variance that isn't tall enough for the roof they plan to put on the structure.
Crazy, ain't it?
And it just got approved, I'm pretty sure. They're in the process of doing that trash. It's fixing to happen.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy, ain't it? Simple building knowledge would help these people out. Let's go.
If it's allowed, could be 24, 26. Could you have something like that so it's easier to utilize?
That's something we can look into, and I'd look to you all for input.
He's the builder. Yes. That's a comment I had on this.
Good. All right, nobody else? Petitioner present? Name and address, please, and you got 10 minutes.
Mark Roberts, 20363 Ozone Street, South Bend, Indiana, 46614. I have nothing to say, just other than we'd like to build the building there and add it to the neighborhood. Any questions that you have?
None.
How long have you owned the property?
We purchased it, I believe, back in April of this year. And we bought it specifically because of the acreage that was there and also the location that we did want to store our motorhome close to our house so that we had space for it. And that is one of the leading reasons that we bought that property.
Do you already own, or are you done, Bob? Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you already own the motorhome? Or is
Yes,
this
we do. We previously lived on the north side of Elkhart, Indiana, and the RV is stored on the east side of Elkhart, Indiana, almost to County Road 17. So it's about 35, 40 minutes away with restricted times that I can get in to get to it, get it out, get it back in. So that's why we'd like it there at the house.
And so you're going to have gas and electric to it, I assume, to keep it temperature controlled and.
Yes.
Okay, but no sewer, no.
We don't plan on that.
Okay. I agree with you, Joe. Anybody else got anything?
You plan on starting that as soon as possible?
The driveway would probably be within a couple of weeks. And then the builder, I believe he's out till September, October.
Thank you.
More questions? No? All right, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Now we can open this up to the public. Is there anybody that would like to speak in favor of this petition? Please step forward. See none. Any on Zoom? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Darla Teese. I also live on Ozone Street, which is actually has a turn in it. So I live on the part of it that runs north to south. He lives on the portion that runs east to west. They have a nice big lot. They have a very nice home, and they take care of their things very nicely in the neighborhood. It's a small neighborhood with only about 33 houses, and we're kind of a suburb of the city, south of the Church of God, off of highway, I don't know the highway name. But I saw the picture that you had there, and it had 2 garage doors in it, one big one and one small one, and I wasn't sure. I thought it was just for, yes, there, like a big door and a smaller door. And I'm thinking, will you be tearing down your little shed that you have off to the side?
So hold on a second, sir.
Come,
All right.
come.
No, ma'am.
Oh, sorry.
So are you speaking in favor or against this petition?
I'm just curious as to what it is. My concern is not his structure. My concern is I have another neighbor who was at one time prevented from building a large structure. He is my next door neighbor, so to speak, with some vacant lots in between. But he has been prevented in the past from building a very large structure, and I am thankful for that particular thing. I am not against this property being built. I'm just concerned that if this is okay, then he's going to try and reestablish his thing, and he deals in cars and trucks and fills up the neighborhood, his yard with vehicles. His wife.
Real quick, I'm gonna run in, get me some coffee and drinks, sweet tea. I'm gonna leave Caucasian in charge. He can't really do anything as far as pausing, but he can answer anything maybe in the chat. And give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back, y'all.
And I have a very powerful voice. I can speak over anything.
Well, if you want me to, I can turn it down just a little bit so y'all can hear both.
Let it play.
All right. I'll be right back, y'all.
Wife
Okay.
keeps him from being too much, but I'm worried when this one gets passed that he won't get a variance. And
All right, so what this portion of this is right now is to speak for or against.
And it does include asking questions.
Right, and so I guess what I was getting ready to is I was getting ready to ask, do you have specific questions that you're about this petition? And then, because later on down the line, he'll have a chance to give a rebuttal, and then we'll
Okay.
ask the questions that you're asking.
all right. I guess I was surprised to hear that it's 2 car doors wide and it will be a big structure. So is that the plan, to have a big door to accommodate his beautiful mobile home and also one to accommodate a truck as well on the side? It'll be a very large pole barn. But I'm not against that because they really do. I just am surprised at the size.
Okay, so your main question is what is it gonna house and what is the reason for 2 garage doors, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
I also asked if he was gonna tear down the back shed.
oh, that's right.
thank you.
No, thank you.
Time to go.
All right. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor against this petition or for this petition? Please step forward.
She just wants to keep her neighbor from having a garage.
Seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
No.
Seeing none. Is there anybody that would like to speak against this petition? Please step forward. Seeing none. Any on Zoom?
No.
No. Seeing none. Public portion is now closed. Sir, if you would like to answer these couple questions that they have, I actually have one question that came up when we were talking. We got 5 minutes.
Okay.
5 minutes. I was holding my pen.
The second door, 10-foot by 10-foot door, would be for my personal truck.
Bless you.
If you scroll back to the pictures of the house in the front, you'll notice that there's a Chevy truck that sits outside the garage. Once my wife pulls into the garage and parks, there's no way I can get my truck in and out or out. So my truck would sit inside that pole building in that 10-foot door. That's what that would be used for. Plus also gaining access in and out. But the larger door would be only for the motorhome.
Does that truck pull the motorhome or
Does that truck be pulled by the
does your
motorhome?
truck pull that, I'll call it a motorhome or a trailer or whatever?
The motorhome is a Class A motorhome. It's a 38-foot diesel pusher
it has
motorhome.
its own- Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yep, it pushes itself along down the highway.
And then the other question was about the shed.
If you scroll back to the diagram, you can see the shed in the backyard there. The shed is 16 by 18. We left it there because the county counts it as 288 square feet of space that we could use for auxiliary buildings. And our thought was not to tear it down because it hadn't been there that long. It's a very nice shed. We could leave all of our lawn care equipment in it, everything else in that building. We don't plan on tearing it down, but if we did, in our 1.5
There we go.
footprint of our home.
Okay.
So basically with the new construction, the pole barn, leaving the shed as is, everything that you have would be in under roof, so to speak.
Correct. Yes, and it would
Thank
be,
you.
under- it would be under the 1.5.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Guys, got any questions? I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion, Bob Hawley, that we approve the request for the property at 20363 Ozone Boulevard.
Second, Lance Roush.
Motion in a second. Shelley?
Mr. Moffett?
Yes.
That wasn't
Mr.
signed.
Ritzma?
Yes.
Mr. Schaefer?
Yes.
It's Field of
Mr.
Dreams.
Feldman?
Yes.
Mr. Hawley?
Yes.
Mr. Roush?
Yes.
Mr. Tavernier?
Yes, based on the testimony presented here today, the Area Board of Zoning Appeals, after careful consideration, grants your variance and will issue written findings of the facts. Thanks, sir. Number 3.
Location, 25800 Kern Road. Owner, Gary and Evelyn Weldy. Requested action, 3 variances. Number 1, from section 154.092 sub D to allow a side east yard setback of 8 foot where a minimum of 30 feet is required. Variance 2 from section 154.092 sub D to allow a side west yard setback of 16 feet where a minimum of 30 feet is required. In variance number 3, section 1, from section 154.092 sub D to allow a rear south yard setback of 12 feet where a minimum of 30 feet is required for a new pole barn. Zoning, A agricultural district. County district.
This is Kylie Abrams again, Area Plan Commission staff. Staff is recommending approval of the variances. The subject property is split zoned, half single family district and half A agricultural district, as you can see on this zoning map. The petitioner is proposing to construct a 40-foot by 64-foot accessory pole barn in the southwestern area of the property that's zoned A agricultural. As you can see here, this is showing where the proposed pole barn would be located towards the rear of the property. Looking east, looking west. This is a photo of the neighbor across from Kern Road to the north of the property, demonstrating that while these are 2 separate accessory structures here, accessory structures totaling a large amount of square footage is not uncommon for this rural area. This is the provided site plan from the petitioner. On to the criteria. Number 1, the approval would not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. Approval would not be injurious in this case. The requested setbacks are consistent with what is required for the R single-family district where most of the main dwelling is located. Number 2, the use and value of the area adjacent to the property included in the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. Approval of the variances would not affect adjacent properties in an adverse manner. The project will conform to the current use of the petitioner's property and all of the surrounding properties, and a 12-foot rear setback should be sufficient to prevent any adverse impact from the small farm immediately to the south of this parcel. Number 3, the strict application of the terms of this chapter would result in practical difficulties in the use of the property. The strict application of the terms would severely limit any buildable area for the accessory structures on the property. As you can see, there is limited space in the residentially zoned area, and the width of the agriculturally zoned area is only 88 feet. Approval of the requested setbacks would be consistent with what would be required normally if the entire property was zoned R single family. And I'll take any questions.
Will somebody refresh my memory? Is there no height restriction in ag?
No.
It's the same pole building as the previous one, but there's another request for that. So.
Mhm.
That's just getting told with garage door.
I'm not sure I would qualify what I just saw in that as a drawing.
I think so. I'm trying to figure out how to say it. 'Cause
That would
sounds
imply
stupid.
art and skill.
Okay, so would it be more advantageous if we request the agriculture, basically get rid of the split zoning to be rezoned to residential to then kind of avoid the whole variance request?
This is a line that really differentiates ag zoning from residential zoning, and it's always challenging to say, where do you go? Because if we stop there, well, why don't we just pick up the other parcels immediately west, because they're smaller? And
Which I
it
thought of the
kind
same
of
thing, yeah.
can be a slippery slope. And we think that this is the better route to go, requesting the variances rather than rezone the entirety of the property. It's a very unique situation. It's split zone down the middle. And we were joking before in reviewing, this is why you all exist, to grant variances in special circumstances like this.
Okay.
I kind of said the same thing. Any more questions? All right. What? What?
Not for staff, I guess so, for the owner.
Is the petitioner present? Please name and address, and you got 10 minutes.
And the petitioner did bring a handout for you all that I'll go ahead and pass out.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Alex Bowman. I'm an attorney with a law firm of Krieg DeVault, 4101 Edison Lakes Parkway, Suite 100, Mishawaka, Indiana, 46545. I represent Evelyn Weldy and her deceased husband, Gary Weldy, who's listed as an owner of the property. Succinctly, I don't have much more to offer than what the staff has already presented to the board. This particular property is certainly unique, given the width of the property on the southern half of the agricultural zone. That makes the construction of any accessory building particularly difficult, given the agricultural setback requirement. What I've presented here, and I appreciate the staff handing it out, is a photo showing the site of the pole barn looking towards the road to give an indication as to the character of that particular parcel of land. I've also identified on the site plan and the other GIS photo there the names of the adjacent property owners. The parcel, the large parcel there to the southeast, is owned by Camp Millhouse. There's a letter of support from the executive director of Camp Millhouse in the packet that's been provided. The owner of the small farm parcel and the adjacent parcel to the immediate west have also provided written letters in support of this variance request. With that, I'm happy to take any questions and certainly appreciate the board's consideration and ask that the petition be granted.
Okay.
Will the rented or purchased shipping container be removed for this to be placed in its spot, or what?
That's the idea. That's the idea. That's, I mean, we'll call it a semi-permanent structure there, but that's makeshift for the type of storage that's contemplated in this pole barn.
And then it appears the other outbuilding is a livable space. Is that someone living out there?
No, there is no one living in that space. Candidly, I don't know if I have a satisfactory answer as to the nature of what that is, other than to say it's an outbuilding, and I don't believe there's anybody residing in it.
That's his lodge.
He's looking for a place to rent.
Yeah, my wife still likes me.
Kylie, during your site inspection, did you see anything that would indicate
Give it time.
that someone was living?
No,
Okay.
there was no one back there, and there's only the one car.
Anybody else got any questions? No? All right, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we'll open it up to the public. Is there anybody in the house that would like to speak for this petition? Please step forward. Seeing none. Any on Zoom? Seeing none. Is there anybody that would like to speak against this petition? Please step forward. Seeing none. Any on Zoom? Seeing none. Public portion is now closed. Anybody got any questions?
And just for the record, there were 3 letters of support in that little packet you got from the petitioner. The third one did not have an address on it, but if I by parcel.
All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. We having trouble seeing stuff on here.
No, the whoever's doing the video in the video wasn't on what they were talking about for a long time, and then they went to it, and it was just as cheesy as the first drawing.
Oh, wow. All right.
At least in this
Well,
case, I kind of understand why they don't want to rezone the area, because in the current zoning platform they're using in the agricultural area, there's no height restriction for the building, but there is a distance restriction on how close your footprint can be to your neighbor's property. In this case, he has a letter of support from the neighbor stating they don't care how close it gets to their property, provided it doesn't actually get on it. And if you used his dimensions and rezoned it into residential, then he would be above the height restriction and would need a whole different set of variances.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm surprised my stream was still going. I forgot I'm running off a hotspot, and I took my phone in with me.
Wow.
Yeah. So I went clear into the truck stop with my phone that I'm running the hotspot off that's keeping the stream going. And it stayed going, I guess. So.
Yeah, okay. I guess we wouldn't have been able to tell if you glitched out. It's just a avatar, so it would have just froze up for a second and then popped back in when you come in. Yeah.
No, the video would have froze.
No, that if you're running the video through StreamYard, you had to upload it to StreamYard, right?
No.
No? Wow.
No, I'm playing it from the site. I'm just sharing that tab.
Wow. That's amazing.
Oh. Okay, so sorry to interrupt. I'm sure this was action, so let's get back to it.
Consider that to be as identifiable as an address, so I think you can accept all 3.
Yeah, I was going to ask that question. The neighbor Brown, there's no reference other than this says the neighbor. So
If you look at, I think it's page 3, or if you and there's a part on that parcel.
Okay. Yeah, I see.
That's as good as an address, I think, legally speaking. So I think you can accept that one. It's unusual, but it should work.
Okay.
Yes, and then that building gets in the way. Meaning
what building?
Well, the back setback is only 12 feet. Meaning, why couldn't they move it forward 18 feet? And I'm guessing the back. It's
Other building, yeah.
The other building gets in the way. Because the side to side one thing. The back's another thing. Yeah. And the reason they don't center is because if I got a door on the east end or whatever direction it is. That's why they do 16 and 8. I get it.
I'll take a motion.
Oh, do we close the public? Sorry.
Did.
Make a motion to accept the variances as requested for petition number 325-800 Current Road. This is Joe Velleman.
Donnie Ritzman, second.
Motion. Shelley?
Mr. Hawley,
Yes.
Mr. Moffett,
Yes.
Mr. Roush,
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Schaefer,
Yes.
Mr. Ritzma,
Yes.
Mr. Velman,
Yes.
Mr. Tavernier.
Yes, based on the testimony here today, the Area Board of Zoning and Appeals, after careful consideration, grants your and will issue written findings of the facts. Variances.
Wow.
Thank you.
They based this basically, what I'm taking from this is they based it off of a drawing that a 4-year-old did.
Bro.
What we're taking from this?
Homie, I can't remember which one in chat was like, that looks like he's trying to be a dungeon master. It almost killed me, dude. Almost killed me. I kind of hope you're frozen, because if you pulled your face for that long in that way.
So is that what I'm getting from this? That we,
yeah,
based on drawing of a 4-year-old.
I could have done better while drunk. Yes, sir. I would have included a ruler and a roller.
Like they couldn't have put in a scale.
Do you
to scale
remember
the model down or nothing?
Do you remember the guy that came in before the meeting on last night and who was talking about his RV and having to move it around because of some ordinance and stuff, and he wanted to get a variance for it? That's the property. That one.
That's the guy.
That's the guy
him.
who put in the 4-year-old freaking drawing and got approved plans.
Oh, the ones they were going to allow the variance for. In the last meeting, they talked about allowing a variance before they even had the meeting to allow the variance.
Yes, that dude.
Got it.
Guy. That's the
So
one.
they already knew what they was going to do. Got it.
Even when somebody came up and was like, well, I've got some questions. They're like, are you for or against it? She's like, well, my neighbor wants to build a similar barn, and I want to make sure he's not going to be able to build a barn just because he got to build a barn, which I think is kind of a dick move, if you ask me. I mean, it's none of your business what he does with his property in the first place.
Yeah, what I do on my property is my business. If my neighbors don't like it, too fucking bad. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a dick.
Yeah.
I pay good money to be there. I'm going to build it how I want.
Yeah. And you can build a fence and get over it.
Or don't get over it and stay on your side. Let's get that good.
Number 4.
Location 10545 Vistula Road. Owner William and Lisa Whiteman. Requested actions. Variance number 1 from section 154.107 sub C1 to allow a front east setback of 16 feet where a minimum of 25 feet is required. Variance number 2 from section 154.107 sub C3 to allow a rear west setback of 10 feet where a minimum of 10 feet is required for a home addition. Zoning R single family district county.
This is Kylie Abrams again, Area Plan Commission staff. Staff recommends approval of the variances. The petitioner is seeking to construct additional living space and an attached garage onto the existing home on the property. The uniqueness of this riverfront lot and the curvature of Vistula Road into Eastview into Vistula Road leaves little buildable area for expansion. This is the view of the home from the corner of Eastview and Vistula. This is the existing garage and shed that would both remain. This is looking north onto the curve onto Vistula and looking south on Eastview. These are just some photos to show that the immediate neighbors of the petitioner that demonstrate that large home additions and homes that don't meet setbacks or development standards for this district are very common in this area along the river. Now, this is the provided site plan from the petitioner. As you can see, the garage will be butting out towards the corner of Eastview and Vistula. Under the criteria, number 1, the approval will not be injurious to public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. Approval of these requests and variances would not be injurious. The additional parking space would only improve the welfare of the petitioner and the community. Number 2, the use and value of the area adjacent to the property included in the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. The area adjacent to the property would likely be unaffected by the granting of this variance. As seen in the presented photos, homes of this proposed size on smaller lots are varying in character with this riverfront area. And number 3, the strict application of the terms of this chapter would result in practical difficulties in the use of the property. Strict application of the ordinance would in this case result in practical difficulties. The petitioner is currently extremely limited in the use of the property for expansion or improvements that would otherwise not be difficult for a similarly sized lot located elsewhere due to the uniqueness of the lot. And I'll take any questions.
Anybody got any questions? No? Okay, thank you. Is the petitioner present? Name and address in 10 minutes, please.
Hi, I'm William Whiteman. This is my wife, Lisa Whiteman. We're at currently
10545 Vistula Road.
We just hope to be able to add on to our home. It's very tiny. It's like a cottage, really. We still have a teenage son living with us, and it's just super cramped.
We've been looking for years now for the perfect river home for us. And this one had everything except a little bit of size to offer. We like what's there. We just want to add to it.
It's a beautiful spot.
Yep. It has
Thank
a
you.
beautiful river view.
The view is what really got us. We just wanted that river view so much.
We had like 5 minutes to make a decision when we looked at it in February when it was covered with snow. So we're happy with our decision. We just would hope that we have, it's very confusing what to call the front, the rear. When I called the zoning board, they were
Baffled too.
Baffled as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the side that they're calling rear really looks like the side adjacent to the house with the red roof there anyway. So we're just trying to build something that looks like it makes sense and will fit in.
Can you clarify that a little bit for me? So this sheet that I have here that shows addition of the garage, is that going to be adding then on that footage onto both the east and south side? So it's basically growing to the southeast towards Eastview?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes. We don't have any letters from our neighbors, but we have spoken to them all, and they are all in favor of it as far as we know.
Yep.
So.
They've been very supportive.
Well, if they weren't in favor of it, they could have been here today.
Correct.
So,
Sure.
Is this on a city sewer system?
it is not
City water.
city water.
Oh, yeah, I see septic tank. Where's your field at?
It has a newer dry well.
Probably gonna run down the hill.
Wait a
Basically
minute, wait a
Everything
minute.
along there
Wait
is
a
all
minute.
dry well.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I was wondering that same thing. I was thinking it had to be on city sewer. And when he asked, I was like, wait a second.
Well,
If that thing doesn't have a city sewer, where the hell is it draining to?
okay, but look at that picture right there. Look at the house on the far left. And then look at the water directly in front of it.
Yeah.
Where are they draining to? That looks like gray water to me. I'm just saying, I'm not judging, but
You do what you got to do, bro. I'm not throwing no smoke nowhere, but
give me your
one of
thoughts
these
in the
things
comments.
is not like the other.
Right. Give me your thoughts in the comments. What do you think is going on with that house there on the far left?
Wow.
And for none of them to pick up on it, it's kind of weird too.
Yeah. Also, I'm a bit confuzzled here because what I'm seeing on this lot is a single family dwelling with quite a large little parking area right there in the curve, and then an outbuilding out near the river, which seems undefined. We have a home with a garage attachment,
Out by the water's edge, it kind of looks like it may be like a picnic type area, maybe.
Sure.
With maybe a fire pit.
Building, no, but yeah, out at the water's edge. I'm talking about the square one in the center of the property. That's not the house.
That is the house.
Then what are these buildings down here on the south end of the property?
That garage and an outbuilding. Because if we
Okay,
go back and look at that,
in your head, gotcha.
so that, see if you can you see my arrow on the screen here?
Yes.
Okay, so that picture that they were showing the house of, I think it's right in here that they were taking that picture from. Right in this area. So you were seeing this area of the house, not seeing this right here.
Right. And
in
they're
that picture, you don't see this big concrete head. Yeah.
And they're expanding it onto that concrete, basically.
Yeah, it looks like they would be expanding over this way, possibly.
Yeah, that's about the only place they could expand it.
I mean, they could make another room on each side. They could expand both sides, but this makes the most logical sense. Like maybe getting rid of this garage completely and just making it one, like a ranch home with a built-on garage, maybe.
I don't know.
Jerry, they said it's not city sewer.
Yeah, no, it's not city sewer.
It's septic.
They claim to have a drainage field there somewhere.
Yeah, they asked them if they were on city sewer, and they said no, septic. So that's to have a septic tank on a floodplain like this doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Bad mojo. We don't do that here.
No, that's bad business practice. I don't know. That whole conversation they just had threw me for a loop, and then seeing this right here, it's just weird to me. It looks like it's coming out right here and then being swept down and circled. It's releasing here, being out in circles around. It's just how it looks to me. I don't know. Just weird.
All right. Yeah, no, there's definitely something.
I mean, it doesn't go along with the corruption that we're dealing with.
Is that the mayor's
but it kind of does.
That's his
mayor's
summer
house, chief of police.
Right.
It might be the janitors.
You're right. He would have the keys to this, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, whatever. Here we go.
Yeah. It passed inspection
In February.
in February when we bought the house.
Here. Jerry, let's go back a little bit.
But it did.
Makes sense, and we'll say that. Can you clarify that a little bit for me? So this sheet that I have here that shows addition of the
Jerry, pay attention to
garage,
what
is
you're
that going to be
saying.
adding then on that footage onto both the east and south side? So it's basically growing to the southeast towards Eastview?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes. We don't have any letters from our neighbors, but we have spoken to them all, and they are all in favor of it, as far as we know.
Yep.
So.
They've been very supportive.
Well, if they weren't in favor of it, they could have been here today.
Correct.
So,
True.
Is this on a city sewer system?
it is not
City water.
city water.
Oh, yeah, I see septic tank. Where's
See
your
that?
field at?
Septic tank.
It
Very.
has a newer dry well.
Probably gonna run down the hill.
Basically, everything along there is all dry wells.
Yeah.
It passed inspection
In
in
February.
February when we bought the house.
I bet it did.
Oh, wow. Now they're
How
just
close
being
will the
blatant
addition be
about it.
encroaching into that?
Now they're just being blatant about it. You hear that? They said it passed inspection in February when we bought it. I bet it did. And then start chuckling about it.
yeah, I bet it did.
I bet it did. I wonder how that happened. You're welcome, basically.
Right.
They're blatant about it, and no one catches on until we get to watch videos like this. thank you famously. This
Absolutely, bro.
sheds a lot of light on things that they say in meetings like this. That's why it's important to be able to watch videos like this. I know it may not be action packed, like someone getting beat down and arrested and stuff. But this is important. I feel
This is actually kind of like a beatdown of the American dream.
Oh, absolutely. While at the same time trying to grant you your chance at the American dream. Let's go.
That septic tank, I mean, what's that? Is that 10 feet, 20 feet, 25 feet from the new addition to where the septic is?
10 feet to the nearest point.
Can't get any closer than 10 foot.
Yeah. The corner of the left
part of the building.
corner of the service or the main door on the garage addition. I've kind of got that at about like 10 feet to the tank coming from the house. And then the dry wells are, I think there's a drawing. I think there was a drawing showing where those were.
Flip one more way, okay?
We used an actual plan.
Oh, you don't have, it's in here, but it's not on there.
Old house.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea how old this home is?
1959.
59 it was built?
Yeah. There's a side yard, a good side, I don't, the area of the yard closest along the right there, we figured if we had to put in a new septic system eventually there, and we did talk to a septic person, and he said there would be enough room left there in order to do that if need be.
It'd probably have to be a bed system.
A bed system, yeah.
So are these your prints that you drew, or did these come from a contractor, or?
We have a builder. Yeah. Tom Evans, he's Evans Building.
Right.
Yeah.
They're not final plans.
They're not final. We
We
just,
we knew a zoning change was going to be needed, so he asked that we get that before going any farther with the plans, before we invest all that.
Okay. Anybody else got any questions? No? All right, thank you.
thank you.
Get reorganized here. Enough for a basement, all right, we'll open it up to the public now. Is there anybody that would like to speak for or in favor of this petition? Please step forward. See none. Any on Zoom?
No.
See none. Is there anybody that would like to speak against this petition? Please step forward. See none. Any on Zoom?
No.
See none. The public portion is now closed. You guys got any final questions? Or I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chairman, when it comes to water lots, I think
Because they paid him.
Absolutely.
And if they paid him, they know it's going through.
They got the inside line because they're the upper class, so to speak. Like famously was saying that rich river rats. They got the end.
You see the river in this photograph. You are standing no more than 4 feet above the river from this location. The water table is right under your feet. If you tried to put a dry well, a cistern, anything like that, inevitably it will flood.
This is the river, guys, right here. That's the river. So imagine how shallow their septic is. Like
Right.
seriously.
That's what I was saying is in order for that septic to function, it has to be 6 inches, 8 inches deep, maybe.
St. Joseph River.
Man.
they're unique in their own right. And if you live across the street from it, you don't have Unfortunately, you're not on the river, so you don't get to see it. So everyone maximizes the space they can on the lots they have available. I think it's a good opportunity to grow that house for someone into something that's more current and modern, and I make a motion to approve the variances as requested.
Bob Holly, I approve that, or second that, excuse me.
You approve it?
Thanks, Bob. He approves it.
A motion and a second?
Mr. Moffett,
Yes.
Mr. Ritzma,
Yes.
Mr. Roush,
Yes.
Mr. Schaefer,
Yes.
Mr. Velman,
Yes.
Mr. Hawley,
Yes.
and Mr. Tavernier.
Yes, based on the testimony presented here today, the Area Board of Zoning and Appeals grants your variances and will issue written findings of the facts. Thank you. 5.
Location 12500 Riley Road. Owner TL Land LLC. Variance 1 from section 154.092 sub A to allow an area of 2.19 acres where a minimum of 20 acres is required. Zoning A agricultural district, county.
All right. Well, earlier in the meeting, when you all asked about the recommendation of whether to place property in.
Do what?
He said, I've done some construction once or twice. I said, yes, sir. And a little bit of dirt work too.
Right.
I live in a swampy area, so that's just the kind of stuff we have to be real careful with.
And I'm trying to bring up Google Maps of this area too, so we can kind of get a better look at it. So I'm gonna let this video play, and then once I get it brought up, we'll take a look at that.
In an outlot, that's what we have here in this case. I'll go through it for you. This property is located on Riley Road, just east of Dogwood. The request is for a variance to allow a lot area of 2.19 acres approximately, where 20 acres is required. Staff recommends approval of.
Okay, so let's take a look at this here real quick. I did get it brought up, so. This is the area that we're looking at right here.
Yup. Two houses down.
Look at that shit.
That's McMansions. We live in the freaking future, yo. Oh, wow.
They got a fresh trench right here. Oh, that's a sidewalk. Never mind.
Yeah.
This is the house in question. So there really isn't a lot of area to build. Like, I
There's
mean,
not.
they would have no yard.
I might be good with that with the riverfront.
I mean, possibly, yes, but
That's
your
drainage field. That's where their septic is, right freaking there. And
Where?
it has to be a fairly wide one. That square you see right there, it's got to be the drainage field.
Right here.
The house can't sit on it and the garage can't sit on it, and it can't be within like 15, 28 feet of the river.
It's got to be over in here.
So you're looking at it. It's right there somewhere.
Probably where this grass is dead right here, maybe, or different.
That'd be a good guess, yeah.
But that looks like closer than 10 foot there.
I mean, they gave a variance for it passed inspection.
Right. That's true.
So it's clearly You can trust them, right?
And this is the kind of houses that deal with on this road. Huh. So yeah, you can definitely see that water table is not much for this house. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, that's not much of a drop. There we go.
Of the variance on the condition that the balance of the existing parcel, which is approximately 55 acres, that be placed in an outlot during the minor subdivision process. Currently, the petitioner owns 75 acres of land, which is across 3 adjacent parcels with 980 feet of frontage on Dogwood and 2,600 feet of frontage on Riley Road. This allows for the division of 3 buildable lots, remember 20 acres for lot area. Approval would allow the 2.19 acres to be split off, leaving 73 acres. The remaining property would have sufficient acreage and frontage to be divided into 3 buildable lots. So by allowing the variance for the 2 acres, and then leaving the acreage without any condition for the outlot, creates that possibility for an additional lot beyond what would be allowed under the zoning ordinance.
Okay, so I saw the comment after I left the screen about satellite view.
I guarantee you what they've done is built a cistern underground, covered it over with something, probably concrete reinforced or whatever, and then hooked the pipe from below the water level in the cistern, which probably ain't but 1.5 feet deep, 2 foot deep, something like that, to just above the water level in the river. This would allow 2 things to happen without anybody ever noticing. One, you have the appearance of a perfectly functional and inspection passing cistern dry, what they call it, a dry well system. And
Yeah.
2, every time the water floods a little bit, it washes back into the cistern and flushes it. So if they ever uncover the cistern, it looks like it's been running just fine.
Correct. That's more than likely what happened. But I mean, with this picture, you can't, there's not a greener patch.
Yeah, there's not. There's no, and
it looks like it's been freshly turfed, actually.
It does kind of. And there's no room for like a old guy was saying, lateral flow and whatnot. There's nowhere for it to be.
Yeah, it's almost got to be flowing directly into the river, because it doesn't look like there's a legal spot. Well, we all know that South Bend area doesn't do things legally, but if they were to do it legally, there's not really a legal spot for that to go.
Not
Unless
without a
it's
building
right.
currently sitting on it.
Right. Well, without a variance on it, it would, distance-wise, it has to go in this area.
Right.
And it's probably behind a lock that only the janitor has.
Yeah, well, the janitor would have had the key, wouldn't he?
But yeah, that's the house that we're talking about. That's the satellite view. There's, you know, I can't see it being over here. I can't see it being as close to the easement and under a sidewalk. I mean, stranger things have happened, but it's, you know, this area right here, around in here somewhere, and like he was saying, it's probably a lateral flow going out to the river. It's a fairly big river. But yeah. All right, get back to the video.
So staff is recommending that the remaining 55 acres be placed into an outlot that provides the potential of 3, that would prevent the additional creation of a buildable lot. This is the house proposed to be split off, the 2.19 acres along Riley Road. The site plan showing the home And in looking at the state code criteria, the approval will not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, or general welfare. If the variance is granted requiring the balance of the parcel to be placed in an outlot, sufficient acreage and frontage remains with the balance in neighboring parcels owned by the petitioner to allow future division of 3 buildable lots without the need for variances. Counting the 2.19 acre lot, this would result in the potential for an additional lot, which is why staff's recommending the condition. The use and value of the area adjacent could be affected in a substantially adverse manner if we don't require the outlot for the balance of the property. And strict application to the terms of this chapter would result in practical difficulties of the use of the property. It would prevent a subdivision which would allow the existing house to be split off separately from the 55 acres of cultivated farmland. Allowing this promotes the ongoing use and value of both properties by allowing them to be separately owned. Petitioner is present, and I am happy to answer any questions.
I posted a link to the map in the private chat for you.
With the new comprehensive plan, what's it gonna do with outlots?
This is what he's talking about.
So that's a very loaded and vague question without a specific answer. I think, we need to look at areas within the county in specific geographic. I think we will need to look at specific geographic areas within the county. Where do we have ag land that really has not been hacked up and where the land is actively being tilled? This would be such an area, right? We have a lot of large lot parcels where they have not been compromised as other areas in the county. I think we'll need to look at what the standard is, if the same standard should apply across the board, if we need different standards for different areas of the county. I encourage you to sign up for farmland preservation and be on that group with us, Sydney.
I think you just got volunchosen. I think you already did. It's better than voluntold.
I would love to have your perspective.
So my question is, why are they even questioning whether it should be a standard across the board? It should be the same standard across the board, I would think.
They seem to be wanting to keep as much agricultural land tied together as possible without actually granting any smaller plots broken from the larger agricultural portions.
But what I'm saying is they were talking about zoning and shit being the same across the board. I understand that the agriculture is going to have a different level or whatever. I get that. But when it seems like they're trying to zone different residential differently at different levels is what I took from that. Am I hearing that wrong?
This is the approval of variances that break zoning laws almost directly. So the way variances work, as I understand them, is you have certain building codes and strictures that are put into place for the safety and quality of the neighborhood in general. And generally a municipality has some fairly vague but fairly specific zoning regulations, like you have to have a certain number of square footage of drainage for your septic tank for it to be functional, la-di-da-da-di-da, right?
Right.
Heights requirements, width requirements, wall thicknesses, spacings, all kinds of stuff. You go to build something in that area that already has structures in it, and you're going to end up kind of encroaching on some other structure, but the structure is either owned by you or owned by someone who doesn't mind you getting a little close to it as long as you don't actually touch it across the line. Then you can get a variance, assuming nobody complains about it, is the way it's supposed to go, and then you can build whatever you want. But you may have to get 5 variances, one to build over a septic tank, one to alter the elevation, one to exceed elevation, one to encroach on the line, and this could be a number of different meetings and whatnot that you have to deal with.
Right. Well, I guess I looked at that way differently than when they're determining whether it should be the same across the board or not. And in my eyes, it's, everybody should be on an equal playing field.
Sure. What this seems to have come up against the wall on is like this last one is an agriculturally zoned area that they're asking to build a house on. And in order to do that, they have to allot a given amount of acreage to that to create a proper municipal lot for them to approve,
Has to be
which then
zoned.
immediately gets rezoned for one family dwelling.
Right.
But because it is a single family dwelling inside, completely encompassed by a contiguous piece of land, the encroaching and the anything that might reach a little too far, too close, or whatever can be forgiven by the landowner because it's all the same landowner. So if you want to build a pole barn that's going to go a little large, or if you're going to do something like that, you go to the guy next door and you say, hey man, I'm going to get a little close to your crap. Do you care? No. You come tell them you don't care. Yeah, sure. They do that.
Or if they don't show up, it's just automatically, hey,
It's
there's no
automatic.
objection. Yeah. That makes sense. All right.
Any more questions? No? All right, Terry?
Terry Lang from Lang Feeney, the Whiteman office. Address is 715 South Michigan Street here in South Bend to represent the petitioner. Basically, Tim Laddick's doing a little estate planning here with this property, cutting out his house from the agricultural tillable portion of it. Going to be placing it into a trust, and there is no objection to the balance of the property at this point being made into an outlot. It's happening in a lot of cases where people are planning, cut out the house, the tillable portion then becomes a cash income then in the future for lease farming when he decides to quit having it farmed. He can have it continue to be farmed as a lease farm. So the petition before you is the area that you saw on the aerial map, which is shown in basically squaring off the green area on the grassy area right there. So that's the petition before you is for that parcel size.
Okay, so they don't have an issue with
No.
surveying it and keeping it an outlot and being done with it?
Not at all.
Okay. Anybody else got any questions?
Sir.
No? All right, thanks, sir.
I do want to make a statement, though. You know, the property we didn't make an outlot, the property we did is only about 2 miles as crow flies. You know, the Shively Beach from Riley and Dogwood.
Yeah, but two significantly different acreage
Yeah, it's
capabilities.
two different scenarios.
Well,
Well, let's keep focused on this one.
They have trouble focusing.
All right. Thanks, Terry. Is there, I guess let's open this up to the public. Is there anybody that would like to speak in favor of this petition? Please step forward. I see none. Any on Zoom?
Nope.
I see none. Is there anybody that would like to speak against this petition? Please step forward. See none. Is there any on Zoom? See none. Public portion is now closed. Anybody
They
else got
didn't
any
give much
questions?
opportunity for people on Zoom to speak up.
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier. What if it was a 65-year-old
I'll
woman?
take a motion.
What if it was a 65-year-old woman who's never used a computer before? She's over here trying to figure out how to let them know she wants to talk.
What if it's someone that's handicapped and can't work very fast, and they don't have a way to get to the meeting, but they're trying. They're making an effort to be a part of their community by attending on Zoom, or maybe it's someone that's doesn't process information as fast.
Yeah, I get this. Yeah, it was weird. I don't
He
know.
just he scrolled up and down very, very fast and didn't give anybody a chance to respond.
That's because he knows everyone on that call and knows none of them are going to say anything. And so he just has to go through the motions.
They're on the payroll.
Right.
They're either on the payroll or they just don't care. They're there for optics.
Mr. Chairman, based off of the intent of the petitioner, Mr. Lang, to keep as much tillable property into the agricultural district as possible, I would make a motion to approve the variance on the condition that the balance of existing parcel 011-1016-0189 be placed as an outlot. Is that the correct way to do it?
Bob Hawley, I will be happy to second that.
Motion and a second. Shelley?
Mr. Moffett?
Yes.
Mr. Ritzma?
Yes.
Mr. Roush?
Yes.
Mr. Schaefer?
Yes.
Mr. Vellman?
Yes.
Mr. Hawley?
Yes.
Mr. Tavernier?
Yes, based on the testimony presented here today, the Area Board of Zoning Appeals, after careful consideration, grants your variance and will issue written findings of the facts.
Granted the variance with a
Granted
condition.
variances with conditions and will issue written findings of the facts. Did I get a gold star like Joe?
I don't have one, but
Oh.
if I did, you both get one.
It's great that Joe can make motions now.
Thank
He
you.
does them so well.
That's what we get.
Thanks, Terry. All right, number 6.
Location 10386 McKinley Highway. Owner, Wood Rental Properties.
That's just it. There's no discourse about it. They're not having conversations about it and talking about the possible pros and cons, as they should. It shouldn't just be who's for it, who's against it. Let's talk about the pros and cons, the possible scenarios that the homeowners could run into with this addition on the riverfront like that. You know, it's
All right. Remember that I'm speaking from a crappy little small town in the middle of Georgia, and I'm not sure how they do things like this in other places, but as I understand the language of our local variance structures, variances are granted unless specifically opposed, because it's your property. You can do what you want with it. Anybody says anything about it, then it goes to a vote.
I just think the whole fucking process of allowing someone to build on their own property is complete bullshit anyway. Like, as long as it's not, I hate to say it, but you know, something can be an eyesore and not be safe or something too.
Right. I mean, if somebody like in this area tried to build a drive-in theater, put up a big ass screen, and they're going to be broadcasting movies on it all night, every night, that would be an issue for the local community and may cause hardships for the neighbors. Light pollution is crowds.
Noise pollution because of ordinances, which I'm not saying I'm in favor of ordinances anyway, but that could become a problem in that aspect too. It's the government's property and you're renting it. That's exactly right, Matt. We don't truly own anything. I suggest when people buy a house, also look into getting the mineral rights too.
Right. Look for, dude, I learned so much trying to, I was going to try to buy the property behind my pops, and because of various features involved with it, you can't purchase parts of it because partly allotted as DNR service and stuff. And so you have to purchase the entire 242 acres or nothing. And there is a single legal road access to it. So yeah, 9/10 of it's completely undevelopable. You just can't do it by law.
Yeah. And since it's owned by the federal government, they would not be so apt to get rid of it. They would charge an arm and a leg to do it. And then some, I guess.
LLC. Requested action. Following variances. Number 1, from section 154.182 sub C 1 to allow a front north yard setback of 34 feet where a minimum of 40 feet is required. Variance number 2 from section 154.182 sub C 3 to allow a side west yard setback of 4 foot where a minimum of 20 feet is required. Variance number 3 from section 154.182, sub C3, to allow a side east yard setback of 11 feet where a minimum of 20 feet is required. Number 4 from section 154.182, sub C4, to allow a rear south yard setback of 16 feet where 20 feet is required. Number 5 from section 154.332, required front yard and side yard landscaping to the landscaping currently provided on site. And number 6 from section 154.333, required foundation landscaping to the landscaping currently provided on site. Zoning C Commercial District, County.
I noticed that a Mr. Craig Anthony on Zoom has turned his camera on and unmuted himself. If you're interested in being addressed in this, in the public hearing portion, you'll be able to speak then, but at this time, you're going to need to be muted and have your camera off, please.
Shut up and go away.
Thanks,
Thank
Brandon.
you.
This is Kylie Abrams, Area Plan Commission staff again. So the subject property is a storage facility on the south side of McKinley, just east of Apple and Osceola. The property was previously subject to a final site plan in 2015. The property was then rezoned from C Commercial Site Plan Specific to C Commercial, not subject to a site plan, in January 2021. A petition for variances from the required front setback of 40 feet to 26 feet and from the required side setback abutting a residential district from 20 feet to 3 feet was heard by this board in June 2021. This board granted 35 feet where 40 feet is required for the front and 14 where 20 feet is required for the sides. Here's the zoning map of the property. Although this is somewhat of a commercial mixed corridor along McKinley, the property is surrounded on all sides by our single-family residential.
Hey, Caucasian, thank you for coming in, brother. I appreciate you. If y'all ain't subscribed to Caucasian Psych Lodge, please do so now.
Following the June 2021 ABCA, an as-built survey was submitted showing that the front building was constructed at 29 feet where 35 feet was granted. To bring the property into compliance, the contractor cut off part of the front of the building, bringing the setback to 34.4 feet. As shown on the survey submitted with the application, the petitioner is now requesting a variance to legalize the 34.4 front north setback where 35 was previously approved. Staff's original recommendation for the side west setback was 8 feet to be consistent with the 2015 final site plan. However, the petitioner was willing to go up to 14 feet. The petitioner is now seeking to legalize the side west setback to 4 feet where 20 feet is required and the east side setback to 11 feet where 20 is required. This part of the survey is showing the southern part of the subject property. As shown, the rear setback, which was shown as 20 feet on the approved revised final site plan. You can see that the rear middle building was constructed at 16.9 feet, where 20 feet was originally required and approved. Additionally, to legalize the site, the property owner is seeking variances from required type 2 full screening landscaping along the entire length of the lot abutting the residential districts, and foundational landscaping along the front of the building facing McKinley to no landscaping. In summary, the petitioner is seeking to legalize several non-conforming setbacks and landscaping deficiencies. This is the view of the site from McKinley, looking west and east. This is the view of the western neighbor's property and the view of the eastern neighbor's property. On to the state criteria. Staff is recommending approval of the front north setback variance to allow 34.5 feet where 40 feet is required and the side east setback of 11 feet where 20 feet is required.
And staff is recommending denial of the side west setback variance to allow 4 feet where 20 feet is required, the rear setback variance to allow 16 feet where 20 feet is required, and the variance from the required type 2 full screening landscaping of the length of the lot line which abuts the residential district. And finally, the foundational landscaping provided near the front building facing McKinley Highway to the existing landscaping, which would include a partial privacy fence along the south lot line and a partial tree line along the west lot line. Number 1, the approval would not be injurious to public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. Approval of the front and side east setbacks will not be injurious. Neighbors who attended previous hearings have stated that the main concern is the 4-foot setback. Approval of the rear and side west setbacks and landscaping variances would be injurious to the surrounding area. A 4.5-foot setback does not provide enough reasonable space between the lots, and the neighbors are concerned about runoff and traffic. Number 2, the use and value of the area adjacent to the property included in the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. Approval of the front and side east setbacks will have little effect on the surrounding area. The buildings are very close to adhering development standards. And these buildings are not out of character for this McKinley corridor. Approval of the rear and side west setbacks and landscaping variances would affect the surrounding areas in a substantially adverse manner. A lack of proper setbacks for these areas and a lack of landscaping screening for such an intensive commercial use could be detrimental to future use and future resale value of the eastern, western, and southern adjacent properties. And finally, number 3, the strict application of the terms of this chapter would result in practical difficulties in the use of the property. Approval of the requested front and side east setbacks would provide relief from the practical difficulty of the terms of the chapter. The angled nature of the lot resulted in the incorrectly angled building in the front. That's requesting the 34.5 setback rather than 34.5 rather than 35. Enforcement of the 20-foot setback would prevent the petitioner from adhering to the previously agreed upon 8-foot side setback that was approved in 2015. And approval of these variances would correct ongoing issues. But there's little practical difficulty in meeting the required side, west, and rear setbacks and landscaping standards. I'll take any questions.
So let me just, staff is recommending approval for variance 1, denial for variance 2, approval for variance 3, denial for 4, 5, and 6.
That's correct.
And are we, I'm sorry? There's 6.
2 landscaping variances, 1 for perimeter and 1 for foundation.
Are we doing these individually?
Since there's so many, it would probably be too confusing to do it otherwise. So yeah, I would say when you get to the motion part, do them separately.
You guys got any other questions?
Apparently I wasn't here in June of 2021, so I wasn't privy to the original petition on this. I'm a little confused. What was requested and granted was not done.
I'm sure the petitioner can provide a little more clarity, but that is what was requested and what was done. There being a discrepancy is something that's pervasive for the history of this property. So in 2015, we had a site plan submitted for the property showing a number of the buildings, not the new ones to the north, but the existing buildings at the rear. And even then it was shown as 20 feet, like as an example, the middle one at the rear was shown as at 20 feet, approved via a revised final site plan. Came to light in the survey that was submitted today, it's at 16.9. That is a past issue that they're seeking to legalize. In regards to the variances that were before the board last year, 35, I believe, I don't recall what was requested, but 35 is what was granted and 29 is what was built. It never came back to the board because in the communications with the building department and the site inspections before we would release the final C of O, we said you have to bring it into compliance with what was granted by the board. So the builder cut off a section of the building at the north it was required to be cut to 35 feet based on what the board granted, but it's really 34.4. So they're seeking to legalize that. The side setback is requested, well, it's shown as 13 feet.
Right.
14 feet was granted.
That's correct.
And that was based on what the builder agreed to. Staff had recommended
8 feet.
8 feet. There was a concern from the neighbor and the builder said, that's fine, I can build it to 14. Well, what was built is 13.1. And then in this application, they're seeking to legalize the side setbacks. They've requested 4 feet on the west and 11 feet on the east, whereas the site plan on file has 10 feet on both sides. And the 11 feet will be, or 10 feet on the west is what's shown on the site plan. 20 feet is what's required. So really, they're seeking to legalize all existing buildings on the property.
So basically what's going on is they're just circumventing everything that they've put in place, procedures and stuff like that, to do whatever the hell they want.
Built last year and in all of, I mean, since it's been developed, which is why they're also going for the landscaping variances too.
So the ramifications of denying 2 would be
The ramifications of what, Lance?
denying variance number 2, the 4.5.
That's the west setback, Abby.
They have to bring it into compliance.
Like tear half the building down?
Yep.
Who polices this when they're building it?
In my conversations about the property and various APRA requests, Access to Public Records Act requests, it's my understanding, and Terry can provide additional insight on this, and I see folks on Zoom that are probably here for it, is that they're seeking to sell and they need to legalize the site in order for that to happen. Terry has his hand up.
I bet we're going to fill some gaps here, aren't we?
Oh, I can fill a lot of gaps.
All right, you guys got any more questions? No?
Let
All right.
Terry fill the gap.
Terry, you got 10 minutes.
Terry Lang, I don't know if 10 minutes will handle
Yeah,
it.
go fast, man.
You got 10 minutes.
Terry Lang from Lang Feeney, the Whiteman office. Address is 715 South Michigan Street here in South Bend. As Abby had indicated in her rather lengthy explanation, when the very first site plan was done for the development of these units, they made the broad-based assumption this property is 90 degrees. It was not 90 degrees on that site plan. The buildings were started construction, and then the next building was built off of the building that was up. And as it progressed down, that transition that's not 90 degrees became closer and closer as you work your way north on the property. If you go back to the site plan right there, the development worked its way to the north, coming off of those buildings each time the contractor built the next building using the first building for that. It would have been the ideal situation if they would have had the survey done to start with. Luckily, I wasn't the surveyor for that. Since then, there's been 3 surveyors out there, and each case, they probably should have followed up with the variance request for all of these things that had been constructed each time they went down the line. It's carried forward now. As Abby had indicated earlier in the year, the last building was constructed. The developer of the property, Wood Rentals, has put the property up for sale, and they have a buyer. An ALTA survey was done, which is the highest order survey for property. All of these deficiencies were noted on that ALTA survey, which means it will not pass the necessary ALTA requirements for being able to get commercial financing for the sale of the property. Wood Rentals is moved out of state now. They live down in Florida. They're looking to sell this and retire at that location.
another company or individual from the area is doing business out of Florida, just like city council members and shit like that. Seems to be a history or a pattern going on.
And I've been given this great job of trying to explain to you in less than 10 minutes what should have happened, 20 years ago when the first building went up. But the variances that are asking for will leave all the buildings exactly the way they are. The concern with regards to landscaping along the sides, as if you go back to the aerial map, you'll see that there are huge trees along the sidelines of the property that would be required to be trimmed back to be able to put in the necessary fencing and landscaping. So we're going to be cutting trees that are overhanging on both sides. So it's probably going to be doing more hindrance. You can see there and on the other side, as you get back farther, there are, next one I think also shows, right there, you can see all the trees down the line there on Mr. Anthony's property. So all of those trees would have to be cut, trimmed up to be able to do the necessary installation for this. Each of the variance requests are for existing structures that are there to utilize the setbacks for the buildings that are there and not have to take out landscaping to put in landscaping for that requirement. This will allow the Alta survey then to be approved with these variances request, and then they could close on the property, and basically you'll have a happy buyer and a happy seller with regards to that. And if you have any additional questions, I'll try to answer them the best I can. I'm the guy at the very end trying to, when each of these previous 3 surveyors, 2 of them are out of business now, and now we're just trying to make it something that a buyer can buy and a seller can, be happy that the deal's done. I mean, they tried to comply with cutting the building off. They shortened up the buildings when they were here previously for the one side also. They've been bending over backwards but the very key thing was, 20 years ago, they should have had that survey and the site plan should have been put together with regards to that survey.
Bending over backwards to do something that they should have done in the first place. So instead of doing things the legal way the very first time they did it, they are now bending over backwards to comply with the guidelines that they were given in the first place. Measure twice, cut once.
And then when they constructed the buildings, they probably should have had the first building laid out by a surveyor. I'd be happy to.
Abby, so on the landscaping side of things, can we opt into saying something like existing trees can exist, but there needs to be a row of arborvitaes to shield those areas that are obviously very detrimental to the neighbor there?
Terry, are the trees on the property, on the subject property, or?
Exactly what I was talking about, famously. They're giving variances. They are bending over backwards to accommodate a structure that shouldn't have been built the way it was in the first place. So that's why I say, measure twice, cut once. If they had done the legwork and done it right the first time, wouldn't be any need for this wasted taxpayer money.
Are they on the neighbor's property?
Yes, they're both down the line. So to cut, to put in new trees that are, if you don't cut the trees, the stuff that you're planting is going to not get any sunlight.
Well,
Out in the front, in the front portion of it, yeah, you could do it, but a majority of the back 2/3 of the property is.
No, I think he's just saying, go back to the picture that we were looking at.
But Abby asked, are the trees that are overhanging, are they on the petitioner's property or are they on
that house?
Trees would not have been located on the Alta survey that was done. So I can't tell you whether every tree is on Mr. Wood's property or if it's on Mr. Anthony's property or the property owner to the south.
Okay, Terry, is there dimension on the Woods property to do type 2 screening along that fence and that building that's adjacent to the house?
there's barely enough room in that area right there because that fence is, if you go back to the survey
Like
part,
on the line?
is almost right on the line, yes. If you go up to the top right there, you can see that the top building up there and the fence location, the fence is located, about 8 feet. So there's about 3-4 feet away from that it could be planted there.
Or it could be inside the fence.
Inside the fence, yeah.
But it kind of defeats the purpose of screening if it's on the inside of the fence. But I guess if that was a
I don't mind the
requirement.
fence, I mind the building.
I mean, there is a pole building on the adjacent property to the west also that, doesn't have landscaping or anything like that with regards to it either. But
Man, this is an awful, from staff's perspective, this is an awful situation. And
Sure.
I really am sympathetic, to all parties involved. But, I think you all and Terry knows that we can't, staff, we can't recommend approval because whoopsies, it's already there, right? So we have our position. And if we recommended approval for everything that accidentally got built over time, then that would totally erode our, reputation.
But at this point, that one building in the center was built, so many years ago, and now it came to light, 5 years later or 10 years later. You're going to make them cut off the back 5 foot of that rear building back there?
Yep, Terry, I was trying to age every building there based on historic aerials and building permits. And I do see the initial phase, I think, went in something like the late 90s.
Right, it's been up for over
late
20
80s,
years,
yeah.
yeah.
So I've got an argument for that, right? As a builder, okay, we get hit as a residential builder. We get hit with things that are extremely minimal, right? But we can't get our C of O because we don't have proper hand railing going down a deck or something like that, right? So as a commercial contractor, you're kind of held to a different standard, but kind of more of a higher standard, right? Because you're dealing with heavier equipment, you're using GPS, to me, it just seems like there's a consistent, and I know that you're the 4th surveyor, 5th surveyor, whatever it is, but it seems to me like there's a consistent, let's do it, and then let's ask for forgiveness instead of permission, right? Is what
I don't know if that was the case.
I understand. That's what it feels like.
But it's one of those, it appears that way here. And I think that survey at the very beginning back in 1990s would have been the solution because everybody would have known exactly where those property lines are. Here we are, moving, 30 years down the road now. How do you address a building that sets, 4 or 5 foot over the setback?
So I was here for this last year.
Right. I was too. I had something else.
And I specifically asked, do you have a builder for this? Who's your builder? So on and so forth. And whoever it was that was talking, I don't remember who was talking.
It was the contractor that did the representation.
Yeah. So he said, I got this. I do this all the time. We're not going to have any problems. It's, if I remember correctly, and I'm pretty sure I remember this correctly, that, he said, nope, we're going to do this. We're not going to have any problems. And here clearly we have problems with the building that was just built, right?
Right, by that half foot up front there, yeah.
Well, it was more than a half foot.
Well, yeah, they cut off part of it, yeah.
Yeah, and so it just seems like there's a whole lot of, we'll do what we want, and then if we get caught, we get caught. If not, then
Well,
we'll
and
ask
to
for
some extent,
forgiveness.
maybe that notification should go to the building department or the planning department now that approves the locations for buildings and things, that contractor has a history of not following the plan or doing what he says. Put a gold star by his name as, somebody that's not doing things the right way.
Well, fortunately, that's what we have Crystal for now in the building department, right?
But at this point, you as a homeowner or as a person hiring a contractor, you don't know whether that's the case or not. So you're kind of relying upon their reputation or what they've done in the past. And what we're looking at right now is, okay, we've got one of the biggest messes you ever seen. And we can't get financing for the sale of the property. We can't, it's a tough situation.
So here's one thing, sorry, Bob, give me one more, let me say one more thing. So here's one thing that I was told when I first started in the construction industry, right? Ignorance is not an excuse.
Oh, I know that.
So, to me, I feel like there are more things. I mean, we got 9 houses going right now, and every single one of them are staked out. They've been looked at, they've been approved, everything's been done. It just seems to me like there should have been a little more.
Yeah, they should be selling snake oil in a snake pit of venomous cobras to each other. You're right.
Policing.
Well, and that is what I was just kind of referring to. Maybe the contractor that's not doing it right needs to have, double secret probation, as they said in the movie Animal House, so that, hey, it's not that easy to come in the next time if you're not doing it right. I mean, at this point, we've got 4 contractors that build multiple buildings here, and each one of them has relied on the previous one without actually having that initial survey till it got down to the very last building being put up. And then they ended up screwing it up from there, having to cut off part of the building. So, I don't know what the answer is for that.
Abby, was there C of O for all these buildings?
Oh, man. Kylie and I went back through them, and we don't have all of those records
Okay.
here today.
Well-
I can't say, I could say that I found permits and C of Os for some of them. In order to verify all of them, I'd have to go back through the database.
Well, let's assume they did, okay? I mean, we have to assume that the building department did its job, and I'm with you, but I would argue that the building department not doing its job at the foundation stage should not, I have a hard time penalizing an owner.
The building department does not police foundations. That's what your surveyors are for. That's what your building department is going to go out, and they're going to inspect the footer depth. They're going to inspect, they're not going to go out and your building is staked. Your building inspectors are not going to go out and pull.
Okay, so who polices this? It's not him.
No. Who does?
It's them.
The
Then, if it's not the building
the
department.
building department the inspectors aren't surveyors.
Yeah.
The surveyor is responsible for determining that the building is built in compliance.
Yeah, the conundrum here is that this could be going on in every single parcel in the county, and what we're effectively saying is hope you don't get caught and hope nothing's wrong. And that's the circular reasoning that I'm trying to get to the bottom of here.
Your building inspectors are inspectors. They're not gonna,
okay, so
most of them will go out, and if it looks too close, they'll pull a tape measure, but if it's within.
Okay, that building looks pretty close.
But isn't it the inspector's
lined up
job
with
to
the
verify
fence.
that they followed the rules?
I
And
don't know, I don't work for the county.
And I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I'm like, that would be as if to say every owner has to go out with a tape measure and verify that their stuff is lined up with whatever, or pay Terry $3,000 to do it. No offense.
But
But
that
we
would
don't
have
do
solved the
that.
problem.
Well,
At the
it
very
would have,
beginning.
yeah. It should have been proactive. I get that.
Yes.
But that's the
And-
reasoning behind having a surveyor and having your lots staked out, right? Having your houses staked out. That's the whole reasoning behind hiring Terry or.
But there
Adam
were
Marsh or
surveyors,
whatever.
were there not?
At the very last phase, there was. And it was done, I think, by
Deb Marbach or
Marbach Brady Weaver.
Yeah, Weaver.
Okay.
Now they're
Deborah
Sam.
Hughes.
Now they're Sam. And the site plan prior to that was put together by Progressive Engineering. I couldn't find anything that showed that there was a survey done other than the site plan. So the initial site plan took place. It was carried through the second site plan without 2 steps where surveys should have been done. And it carried to the third step when the very first survey was done that showed, hey, this isn't correct. And now we've got the fourth survey being done that says, okay, everything is not in compliance. How do you penalize a builder that's a homeowner, or in this case, the Woods Rentals, penalize them for they relied upon the contractor, and it's been carried through to this point 30 years. I don't want to hurt any neighbors. Mr. Woods owns the property to the east. Mr. Anthony is online right now. We can get his perspective also with regards to that once we get to the public hearing part. So what we need to do is,
It seems like every single part of the building of this property was off. From double checking the permits, the zoning, the property lines, the blueprints, the people involved in the government on the council or whatever that approved this back in the day, every last bit of it was off.
hear what the public has to say, and then we can try to address their concerns with regards to.
Rebuttal?
Yeah.
And I can keep that to 5 minutes.
I've got a question. We wouldn't be here today, am I right, by saying if the property wasn't for sale and the buyer was trying to get financing, that's the reason we're here today, because the lender won't lend the money because of these infractions.
Correct.
Is that a fair statement?
That is a very good assessment, Mr. Hall.
Okay. So actually, Mr. Wood could continue to operate as he is for whoever long, because the reason he owns the property, but he wants to sell it.
Yeah, he is looking to retire.
And that's why we're here.
Dangle his toes in the ocean, like I'm going to be doing in a year or two down the road.
And I'm going to go back 30 years ago or 40 years ago, and I know the gentleman. And at that time, he might have said, this is a lot line, this is a lot line, here's where I want to build my storage sheds.
Yeah,
That might have been the way it happened
right.
initially. I'm just throwing it on the table.
And that assumption is probably a very good assumption of what started at the very beginning with this, Mr. Hall.
Right.
So let's go ahead and hear the public hearing, and we can see what the concerns need to be addressed then.
You got something?
Yes, thanks, DJ. Joe, in response to your question, or your comment rather, about landscaping in or outside the fence, we require the landscaping to be along the property line, but we don't specify that it has to be planted on inside or outside the fence. There is also a request for foundation landscaping, a variance from foundation landscaping for the building that just went in last year. So that, I think, argument is a little less solid when they're seeking a variance for a building that just was constructed. Landscaping from
Which
foundation.
one was that?
Kylie? Foundation landscaping from the northernmost building?
Yes.
Yeah, but the planning, I mean, if the fence is on the property line, it has to be on the inside, it can't be on the neighbor's property.
Right, but I'm not saying just because the fence is along the property line doesn't mean we have a requirement that it has to be on the outside of the fence.
I'm with
Yep. Okay.
And Abby, this is an ongoing violation, correct?
Could you
So-
speak in the
so-
microphone? I can't hear.
Sorry, I was just confirming with Abby. Bob, this property has an open violation complaint against it. So we have been trying to bring it into compliance. He wouldn't be allowed to just keep operating as
that
is.
right?
We are working to bring it into compliance, and this is where we ended up.
Okay, thanks for bringing that up.
Could I ask what the complaint was so that I know what might be coming from the public here?
I would have to look, but I believe it's just about the setbacks, correct?
I'm not aware.
I'm not
if
sure.
I am not aware.
I would have to look.
All right. Good? Okay. You guys good? Everybody good? No more
Yeah.
questions? All right, let's
I wanna
move
hear
this.
more.
Oh,
Let's move-
I'd have to look and find.
I'll open up the public portion. Is there anybody in-house that would like to speak for this petition? Please step forward. I have to ask. Seeing none, is there any on Zoom? please raise your hand on Zoom. I don't know how to do this.
Raise hand function.
Raise hand function. Or messaging in the chat. Seeing none, is there anybody in house that would like to speak against this petition? Please step forward. Seeing none, any on Zoom? Use the raise hand function or chat.
How do I do that?
Oh, there you go.
I don't know how to do that, Blake.
Name and address, please.
Is that me?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Or you could turn your camera on too.
Not like me, don't know how to do it.
Okay, is that good?
There you go. Yes.
All right, name and address, please.
Craig Anthony at 10413 Caitlin Court, Osceola 46561. I'm also the property owner of 10412 McKinley Highway, Osceola 46561, which is the property on the west side there. I think I'm agreeing with the staff right now in recommending only 1 and 3, and I would vote against 2, 4, 5, and 6. I think it's been well discussed that this particular property owner, through his contractors, has consistently violated the ordinances and setbacks set up by you folks. Even as recently as the last one when he, and I was the one to kind of notify, I think, some people that he was building too close to McKinley Highway on that north building, and he was going to cut it back. And now, you know, we're still 1.5 feet too far to the road. So it just seems to me that, and I think you've thoroughly discussed this, that just because you're putting something out there as a particular setback and even granting a variance off the setbacks, you know, that are already in place for commercial property within the county and residential area, the variance is given, and we still on the last 2 buildings, not the original building that was put in 90 years ago or back in the 90s by Mr. Nate when he owned the property. But these last buildings that are put in by Wood Rentals have consistently violated the variances to these setbacks. And I just think that by going through and approving all these, just because we're wanting to sell this, I think that legitimizing the violation of these previous variances is setting a precedent within the county that I don't think want to get set. Because again, it's the old adage, we'll build it, and, you know, forget asking permission, and we'll just beg for forgiveness later on.
Oh, here we'll go check out that what Famously is talking about. This is the principal address right here of where this place, the owner, lives. Right there. And I will, I'll post this link in the chat too, so y'all can look at it. You can look at it for yourself, but this is the property that's being discussed right now. So let's come back to the video here.
I think I'm agreeing with the staff right now. As far as the screening along that fence, all that screening along that fence are predominantly all arborvitaes. They were all on my property, which is residential property. I was not required to put them in. I put them in just for my own screening because there is no screening on the Woods rental property. And I'm not too surprised that this property was for sale because I know that we had seen a surveyor out there and that the surveyor had brought up the fact that besides everything being discussed today, that the southwest property corner of this property is actually inside his fence, which is putting that west side of the fence and the south side of the fence on my property, which again, I just learned that from a surveyor that was out there a couple weeks ago. So I'm with the staff. 1 and 3, I don't have a problem with, but I cannot see approving 2, 4, 5, and 6 and legitimizing the violation of previous set variances.
Thanks, sir.
I'll take questions from y'all if you want.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak against this petition on Zoom?
Can you hear? Hi, my name is Nicole Rynell. I live at the property south on McKinley 10335, Berrywood Lane, Osceola, Indiana 46561. Everyone can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I also am in agreement with Craig Anthony. We've had issues with Mr. Woods and a separate issue with building stuff and clearing out property that wasn't his without getting approval, specifically on my property when he cleared trees all the way up to my fence line without my permission, and then proceeded to realize he was in the wrong and then tried to put up a privacy fence and put grass over residential property that he was trying to put in for his commercial property. So there's been a long-standing issue with this person doing stuff and hoping to ask for forgiveness later. So I am also in agreement with what you guys have been discussing, and I'm thankful that you guys have seen through some of the stuff that unfortunately has happened over time that has not been caught.
Okay.
And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on Zoom that would like to speak against this petition? Seeing none, the petition or the public portion is now closed.
I have one question and rebuttal for Mr. Anthony. At this point, does he have any problem with regards to just the landscaping being in that front portion from the area that was visible on the aerial map right there, that's adjacent to his property just to the west? So that would be that north 50 feet or whatever that distance is from the property corner. I don't want to block the line of sight on McKinley when you pull out, but extend the landscaping up as far as allowed by ordinance along the westerly property line and provide the initial foundation landscaping. It would be nice to know what the complaint was for. So if it's something that we can work through, at this would be the ideal time. I don't want to come back and rehash all of this again. If the complaint was one of these items, it would be nice to know, we don't have any problem with regards to, providing, arborvitaes along that westerly property line, foundation landscaping. But I don't know, they've already had to cut off part of the building and foundation to require the back building back there to cut off something that was put in. Abby, do you know when that middle building was built?
I at one time went through the aerials trying to date all of them so I could match them up to the C of Os and permits. And I'd have to go back. I'm sorry, Terry.
To ask them to cut down, 5 foot off the back of the building that's been there for, 20 years. Yes, I've heard what the other property owner said, that he tore up brush and stuff like that, putting up the buildings. The survey would have been the ideal situation, as I indicated to start with, to know whether you're on your property or on somebody else's. And as I indicate to a lot of property owners when they call my office is, there's no tree more expensive than the one you cut down on somebody else's property. That would have been a tree that was, somebody's grandmother gave it to them when their child was born or something. But the fact is, a building that's been up 20 years or so, the one in the center, is there, is that necessary for that? Yeah, we'll provide the necessary, screening along that westerly property line. Mr. Wood owns property to the east, and we'll probably be getting rid of that shortly too. But at least this would comply with Mr. Anthony's concern about, having the landscaping and the necessary foundation screening. But I can't see tearing down a building that was put in, over 20 years ago.
Terry, which building are you referring to?
The one in the very center, in the back.
Okay, that building, this isn't an exactly accurate date, but I wrote down when they first showed up on our historical aerials, and that one is first shows up in 2002.
20 years ago. So I wasn't too far off on my assessment by looking at the building itself. So, I can't see, required to tear down a building that's been there 20 years at this point. We'll comply with the landscaping as necessary. I believe the lady that had called is in this cul-de-sac right here, at that back corner back there. It's not immediately adjacent to the petition parcel, but it must have been something that Mr. Woods did on his parcel to the east, the residential zone piece that he did clearing on.
Terry, does the hard surface go all the way to the property line at the rear?
And each of the two corners, the fence is right near that south property line, and the asphalt goes up to within a foot of that area.
So one of the requested variances to legalize the site is, from the type 2 landscaping. If that were to be denied, could you put it in? I mean, you'd have to.
Along the south property line, we'd have to tear the fence out and asphalt, and all of that's been in for, I'm looking to satisfy the part up front that has been the most concern. I don't know if the screening along the south property line, you're going to be getting right up to the existing fence that's there.
Exactly, Havoc.
The reason why I ask is that number 5 is from the required front side yard landscaping to landscaping provided on site.
So the front yard setback, the way that's worded, it's kind of the front yard. I'm assuming that is the area out by the building up front. Am I correct? And that's what I interpreted that as. So providing that landscaping along that west portion, the northern, if you want to say, third from the buildings forward out to McKinley, and the appropriate foundation landscaping. The rest of that is I can't see them going and tearing out fences, and it's going to disturb the retention areas back there. You've got, landscaping that you're going to ask to put in the retention areas. I can't fathom, doing that kind of damage to something that's been there for 20 years. And as everybody, I think, on the board had indicated in the discussion here, we're not, I guess you're penalizing a property owner who relied upon a professional to do the job right. I don't know,
Sounds like he was relying on a government official to do the job right, which he should never do.
Especially 20 years ago, most likely, as in any case, they may not even be around anymore. to have, recourse against them. Obviously, the one up front, the building up front, they did do what was necessary, what they thought was the exact amount, and fell a half a foot short on that front setback up there. So, I mean, they tried to do what was required on that front area up there.
Were you the surveyor? Sorry, go ahead, Bob.
Terry, do you know, Nate was the original owner of the property?
I don't know, Nate.
Did he start the storage sheds?
According to Mr. Anthony, yes. My history on the property is more recent.
Yours would be, say, from Wood on?
Mr. Wood, and I've also done work for Mr. Anthony also.
Yeah. Well then, okay, I'm trying to picture when they started and then when did Wood get into the act and where did that take place where they just kind of went along with what was there already?
A check of the property card records in the auditor's office could tell you when that transition took place. But it's, like I say, it's not going to change what's there right now.
I'm kind of, agreeing with you regarding, what you don't want to do or things that are 20 years old. You start tearing and changing and it's going to be pretty costly. But it was done wrong, I agree.
So I got a question here, because there's a lot of questions that we've asked. There's a lot of questions that Terry's asked that we don't have answers to at this particular moment. Is there a way to bump this to next month and get said answers?
Mr. Chairman?
And one thing that I would recommend, and I'd look to Brandy for guidance, is that Terry could provide a site plan showing some of the landscaping that he's describing. So that way you're not making your motions on the fly. And we have an idea of what you would be able to propose.
I can show on the plan that was provided for that Alta survey. If I have to generate a whole new one, I won't be able to generate that for probably 2 months right now.
Absolutely.
I'm backed up that far in all the design departments right now. But if you want me to show on the site plan that was provided, the areas to be landscaped so that you'll be able to evaluate from that, yeah, I can do that.
I would, personally, I would like to see it actually done. This is what it's going to look like. This is what I think we've had too many, this is our plan on this property. And I would like, I personally, and I guess I'm going to wait for a motion to be made but I would like to see the actual plan. This is what it's going to look like. This is what we're going to do.
I can overlay landscaping onto the plan that was provided to show what that would be. From that west property line, from that last tree there up to the right-of-way line on McKinley there and along the foundation landscaping in that area. I don't see any need for putting anything at the rear of the property at this point and creating a major, if this drags too long, we're going to lose a buyer too. So I don't want to lose a buyer on a commercial piece of property.
I think we're all sympathetic to that, but given I was kind of on the same track as you, DJ.
You do have the ability to table it to the next meeting to
was-
request more information.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we table this, all 6 or the entire,
Just the petition of wood rental properties.
yeah, the petition of the wood rental property on McKinley Highway until, what's the date?
September 14th.
September 14th meeting, pending more clarity with regard to the type 2 landscaping. And also, I would like to see more clarity with regard to trying to recreate the crime actually as it happened. Some dates, right?
I would second that, Bob Hawley.
Is that convoluted enough?
I mean, is there any other information any of you would like so that it can be on the floor so the petitioner knows what to bring?
So I guess my thing is are we needing or wanting type 2 landscaping around the entire property? Is that why you were asking for the rear Abby?
Yeah, I want to look and see what they applied for. Well, I know what they applied for. What I was advocating for, in light of the rear setback not being met, having some landscaping back there. I think Terry understood where I was going with that and is saying.
Okay, now, it's clear now what you're saying.
I'm sorry.
So let me do an evaluation back in the back and see, without getting major equipment out there and disturbing retention areas, can, a row of arborvitaes be placed along between the asphalt and the fence back there?
Because normally, Kylie, could you get to the zoning map for me? I mean, you all see variances all the time for type 2 landscaping. When we have abutting a residential use or district, commercial or industrial zones, we have type 2. So here we have a situation where we don't have landscaping and we have a reduced setback. So it's like a double whammy, right? Double
Well,
whammy.
and I think I would argue that there's culpability here too. I personally did not go out to this one. And I clearly need to go out there and camp out for a minute.
I was
So,
just gonna
There's a
suggest,
motion.
I've driven by that property 100 times. I know exactly where it's at, but I'm gonna drive out and I'm gonna look at it and study it so I know better what I'm talking about.
I was there the first time and I was there the second time.
Right.
So, okay, we had a motion to table with some extra clarification on multiple. Do I need to reiterate what we wanted?
I think that'd be a good idea. It does not have to be a roll call vote though.
Yeah, it's just an all in favor, right? So we need, we're tabling because we need clarity on type 2 landscaping, placement of type 2 landscaping, the building permit dates or clarification of when said buildings were built and or who the builder was, or C of Os. And am I missing something else? I had
You guys.
5 and I'm missing 1.
You had also mentioned clarity on the property transfer history and the ongoing violation.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'd like to know what the other violation is, so if that needs to be addressed next month, we can do that also.
Yes, that's important.
Anybody else have anything?
Did you get Terry evaluating if there's possibility for landscaping in the rear?
Along that south property line, yes.
And I would like to see an actual map of what this is going to look like.
Okay.
So, anybody else have anything? Okay, so there was a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
We are tabled till next month. Thank you.
Absolutely, famously. One of many shell companies that are great.
Can I make a motion on the finding of the facts?
There was a change to the findings of the facts. Was this the new one, Shelley?
It was changing to the minutes.
Or to the minutes? I'm sorry.
Bars
Okay.
are
I had the revised minutes for you.
All right.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the finding of the facts for the Wednesday, July 13th, 2022 meeting.
Second, Lance Roush.
All right, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Minutes. Is there just one?
So Donnie is our quality control for the minutes.
Yeah, he is.
Thank you, Donnie.
Sorry.
But I'm not sorry.
Did you get a promotion?
So the 2 that voted against approval of the Little Flower petition last month were accidentally entered into FileMaker as the motion in the second. Donnie and Bob, I think you both were denial, or you voted
No,
against.
No, it was
DJ
me.
and I were in denial, but
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I voted, yeah.
So those, Shelley went back and listened to the minutes and corrected it. And, oh, and Brandy also has a revision to the minutes.
The lawyer that was representing the petitioner was Jim Masters, not Bob Masters. You had it right in most places, but it was wrong on page 14.
I'm sorry, one more time?
The lawyer representing the petitioner was James Masters, not Robert Masters. You had Robert on page 14. I imagine he might be, I don't know, he might be flattered he got mixed up with his son. I don't know.
Little Jimmy.
So Randy, we'd be looking for a motion to approve as
amended.
As amended. Yep.
So I'm looking for a motion to approve as amended the minutes for July 13th, 2022.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as amended for, I think you said.
Second that motion.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Did he just say for the date
All
he said?
opposed?
God damn.
Okay.
Gabby?
Other business? So I know you all look worried that Sean's not here, like we're gonna lose Sean now, and he's on vacation. He offered to zoom in from New Orleans, but we said that was probably not the best idea.
It's a good thing you did.
Right, federal conversion, so we're all right.
We do have Carl here with us, Carl Brown Grimm. He was the ghostwriter of one of our petitions this month, but before he took a stab at presenting to you all, just wanted to absorb it and soak it in. But don't worry, he's been assigned cases for next month and will be presenting to you all in September.
Okay. Anybody else got anything? No? Just need one more motion.
I'll make a motion, Bob Holly, that we adjourn.
Second, Lance Roush.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Good. Have a good rest of your week.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, actually, we can't talk about it.
Oh, yeah.
No, I was gonna talk about that. I want Kylie to do all the voiceovers on all of my.
This is probably where we're gonna find some juicy shit.
You should be doing radio, seriously.
That's my dream job.
That's- You've got an amazing voice.
Thank you.
Today's meeting.
I'm an old fat loud guy, I know.
No, I was gonna say, the handout that was provided to you, if you're not gonna keep it,
Glad
can
you
I
got to
have
see
a
me.
copy of that? 'Cause I need to scan it into the.
Yeah, you see a lot more than you.
So what do you think? Hey,
On.
That's what they do in Orange County to keep a lot of driveways.
Another 15 minutes or so, guys. We'll go ahead and end this episode 2 of corruption in
You
South
understand what they're
Bend.
doing?
Yeah.
They make a general driveway for everybody. I kind of disagree with that. 75 feet. I think. No, 75 feet.
Now I'll put this back out of live or full screen for a second. And if you want to watch this full video and try and get screenshots or read what's on the screen here, go right here. Right here. Famously unfamous.
I know, I've seen her frequently. It's funny, because like, a lot of times we get up to about it now. Sometimes I'll call Larry and Larry will be like, just call him. But like, he doesn't remember, he tells me to call him.
Yeah, I mean, on my phone, the phone numbers, and it's the greatest thing.
It has been corrected, but I did not know about the.
Like,
So just now.
Okay.
Like I said, that would be.
when you guys are in really tough situations. I mean, it's just, there's no easy path.
Okay.
Against the tabling, you're like, let's take this dog
I was
out.
ready to go, yeah.
Let's take this dog out.
I knew where I was going with it. I look at this, never mind, can't do it. I got a thank you note from.
Kelly.
I know, right?
I'm like,
Hey, can you know, say anything?
I don't think, hey, how'd you get my home address?
I don't know, we didn't get.
I mean, it's not hard to find, but I'm like,
That's
that was
So you're saying.
weird.
I know, and I always say, listen, we don't recommend.
With the right of way.
Like, you or because we're like.
Huh?
We don't.
All new subdivisions are all 50-foot right of way.
Really?
You know, but.
All three of those, 30, 32, or 33, excuse me.
You guys know home address? The guy from the Morningside, the little flower, something you think.
You sent one to Sean tonight.
I don't know how to get something from Texas. All winded, anything would be possible.
The rest of this, there is no video to. It's just audio.
Yeah, they thought that we were, they would not let the petition be heard on one of the ones that people thought. And I said, he said, Mike told me one time, well, you know, we're really trying to know some of our guests. And I was like,
One of 7.
yeah.
Oh, Mike, not Mark.
I was like, you should never count on it. Nobody ever followed or anything like that.
Oh, no. So apparently I have facial.
You can tell how you're gonna vote very well.
And Mike tells me every time, he's like, I knew exactly which one was going yes, and exactly one was going no.
But you guys, like, that whole suit, that whole petition was lawsuit. Like, I thought it, I was like, if we start trying to dictate your tenure within, that was outside of what we were charged with.
So we had 2 things that we had to do while we're here, right? We have to pay attention to the petition, we have to pay attention to what's going on in the county and follow the zoning ordinance, right? We also have to hear the residents. Only reason why I voted no was because of the residents that surround. Outside of that, I 100% give 2 shits what anybody is gonna tell me that I can do with the house inside the building, so.
But again, residents, it's always, I back there, I don't want.
The one thing I question is, you heard him say that on that lot where the nursing home sat, that 3 or 4 of the houses, the septic would not pass. How many of those houses in that neighborhood, septic would not pass? They had to do it back then. They couldn't even put a mound in.
That's
They
why
had
I
to
like,
condemn the whole house.
that's why I like all the people coming all the way down to Douglas, had the opportunity to tap into the new sewer system and create a nicer home or do something different.
Well,
When she goes earlier on this school, and she's like, it passed in February, I'm like, hell yeah, it passed in February. There's no way to test that drywall in February.
Well, they're still gonna have, you know, they're still gonna have to go on health permit. They're gonna, you know, go with that, and then we just wasted their money on it. We always advise them to contact the health department when we think they might be.
Well, I was actually kind of pleased that their builder told them, you need to go do this stuff before we start working on it.
Yeah.
They can have everybody do stuff like that, yeah. Nice.
Well, I mean it, I'm not just sucking up, I think you guys, the way you consider these positions critically, your motions, your questions, everything is so good. We really, and this is one of the best works that I've worked, the best we do.
We all learn from you. You know nothing, you pull out more shit out of your anybody I know.
Down there, I'm gonna get this and this.
Hey,
Well, I knew that one, that Brandy's gonna wanna know that all the stuff that I had to add.
It's a 70-acre field in the range county.
oh,
Almost
yeah.
80. And what you're doing to it. For the Amish community. You understand? I mean, this is kind of one of those Amish. Now, they could have done it different. They could have made it a 10, another 10, and then, 15 down. They could have busted it up. But there's a reason they did it that way, and I have no idea what the reasoning was. But that was a 75-foot easement for 4 of the parcels. But, like I was telling DJ, I said, 33 foot's a county road with the right-of-ways. Why do you need 75? You're not gonna take big agricultural equipment down there. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause there ain't nothing big down there. And that's why I wanted to show him, you know, that there is methods, and this is a kind of a good, bad example, meaning it's a big field to start with, not huge, but it's a decent sized field to start with, because it's what, an eighth of a section, that's 80, what would that be, eighth of a section? You know, yeah, it's an eighth of a section, basically. Where if you had 40, kind of like today, I was like, I mean, I know that neighborhood down there because I was raised in that neighborhood down there. And I'm sitting there going, if you wanted to make an outlet, that 40 deserved to be an outlet before the other one did, just because of the location of population over the lady one, the 77 acre one. But I
You
mean,
guys could have done that. You could have put that condition on, we recommended this, didn't recommend it, that's.
right. But I look at it to a certain degree, they're not
Absolutely.
wasting,
Pay attention.
you know, in either case.
It's right in front of us.
And that's kind of what I'm saying here is.
They're giving us the
in our
answers.
country, they're gonna want the 10 acre and the 5 acre and the 20 acre patches, depending on what they're doing and what will go in here. You know what will end up in here most likely? A family, a whole family.
Yeah.
Meaning mom and dad.
Or just a.
No. Like, here's
Yeah,
here's
because
mom and
everybody
dad.
wants- Everybody wants their 3 to 5 acres of, I want to live out in the county with some land, so I'm not by my neighbors, but not too much that I don't have to continue.
Right, and that's where, to me, it ought to be down to the acre to acre and a half level, and a smaller right of way, don't get me wrong. Like I say, a road width is 33 feet.
I mean, this is hard, there are no easy answers.
No,
Because you
that's
say-
right.
You say, you know, what I hear you say over the last couple of years is, well, you know, you're basically forcing people to buy more acres than what they otherwise would, or why don't you just let them have their little 1 acre plots? Well, okay, if we do that, but then we create the opportunity for a bunch of additional acres, like, buildable lots, right? If we just
Right.
keep the minimum, or keep the minimum acreage down. That's what I'm saying, is I think we're gonna have to look at areas where we allow smaller lot areas within the county, but then we hold tight on other areas, like where we continue to require a higher acre.
Well, that's good and bad. I mean, I mean, I understand it's good, you know, there's good points and bad points. But then how do you determine if you have a small acreage in a big acreage area? You're discriminating against that small acreage in that area. And that's where I say you gotta watch because you can't say, okay, here you can and there you can't. And due to just the acreage size, you know, like a field size or something of that nature.
Yeah.
You can't just randomly say that because now you're stepping on property rights.
Well, and like, so what always is said to me is Madison Township
Right.
still is ag. We should throw all of our weight behind Madison
Well,
Township.
if there's, you know how many small parcels there are in Madison Township?
Oh, they're everywhere.
They're everywhere. Yeah, I mean, what's a big parcel? Like I told you before, a 20 is a small parcel by rights. So where do you draw the line on big to small?
I wonder if there's ever a requirement to farm land if you're in the ag zone, like you have to have so much acres. You have to farm so much acres. I don't know. I have
No. Anyway, no, there's no requirement of how many acres. So, you know, I mean, you could farm a half an acre as a truck patch. You know what a truck patch is, so, you know, I mean, it's like, you know, I know people that's, you know, what you can do. You can put truthfully, you could put agriculture on residential land. You know, but you can't put residential on agriculture.
Wait a minute.
Because I got some of the residential that's agriculture. No, there's a piece that is residential.
Did they just say you can't put residential on agricultural? And I got me some of that. Is that what we just heard? Oh.
I don't know.
No. No. Anyway, no, there's no requirement of how many acres. So, you know, I mean, you could farm a half an acre as a truck patch. You know what a truck patch is, so, you know, I mean, it's like, you know, I know people that's, you know, what you can do. You can put, truthfully, you could put agriculture on residential land. You know, but you can't put residential on agriculture. Because I got some of the residential that's agriculture. No, there's a piece that is residential. But I won't sell it. And they were like, why won't you sell it? I said, because of the fact is my grain goes through it. And I said, I'm not going to sacrifice my grain so somebody can build a house.
Cindy, it is so hard. There's no easy answer.
There is no easy answer. I mean, I mean, it's kind of like saying, like I told you before, on the best farm ground in the area is not what it was 30 years ago. Because agriculture has changed that much that the best farm ground used to be known as the crap ground that nobody wanted. And now it's the best ground that everybody wants. And that's like where St. Joe Farm sets.
Well, it's funny, you know, we got a rezoning.
That's what I thought, Ryan.
To what?
To do a subdivision. And it was like a monster rezoning. It got
Oh, for the whole St. Joe Farm.
It got tabled twice, and then they ultimately withdrew it because they won't be able to do the project on their own septic. But Mishawaka doesn't have the plans to extend utilities. So they're on their engineering now. I don't know if they'll refile, but the Liners contacted me right away.
Oh, and then boys did.
Jeff
And
and
Jeff. Yeah.
Because
Well, you know why Jeff and Joe?
why?
Because they're the kids. And Ed's the dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I haven't met Ed, I've only met Jeff and Joe.
Oh, okay, because Ed's older than me. He's I'm sitting there going, who you meet with? You know, he said, well, hey, what do you know with that? But, you know.
Well, I mean, so that the development pressure there is so great. I mean, you go to the builders.
And I get it. And the worst part about it is, as a county, do you want to keep it centralized or do you want it in different areas throughout the town? Because really, you get down, you say Madison Township. But then let's talk about south of the bypass, north of Kern, in Penn Township. You know, or just go all the way down through Penn Township to Lake. And is Penn Township different than Madison Township? It is, huh? You wouldn't tell it from my backyard, because I'm right on the line. I own within a tenth of a mile of Penn Township.
All right.
So you can't tell from my backyard.
If you could wave a magic wand and do,
Well, if I didn't wave a magic wand, I would just say, if you could come up with a good plan to utilize the farm, any farm you pick, anywhere you pick, to a good use of the land. Understand where I'm going with this? A good use, kind of like that was there. That'll end up being, and there's nothing that says.
Yeah. Huge shout out to their new IT guy doing a stand-up job. Fantastic. We appreciate your transparency. We appreciate it.
Says that 20-acre piece on there, or that 19-acre, I think it was 19 and 20 on that, that doesn't say they can't survive. spray it off and divide it off and give them the rights to make it 2 lots. There's no rule that says they can't do that. And that's what I'm saying is if the Amish were down there in Lake territory that we just separated one house on. And the Amish are down there in, it's Seacorn deal. We did the other property for, the one at Beach in Shively. It's Seacorn deal.
About done here, guys.
The Amish are right there. I don't know if you've been down there. Yeah. I mean, they're right there. I mean, if you take that farm, that 40, and make it 4 10s, and they can build a homestead on it, or if they can make it, just say 8 5s, you know that place would sell for a fortune, because that's what they want, enough for their horse or buggy. They don't mind buying the winter hay, but they don't want to buy pasture for their horse all spring and summer and everything, and winter hay, and have no place to go with the horse waste. Yeah. And that sort of thing.
Wow. Yep.
I was gonna ask you about getting on the list, because who's on the list?
Everyone and anyone.
No. Sue from Farm Bureau was saying, hey. you need to get on the list.
Well, guys, I appreciate everybody tuning in for episode 2 of Disgusting Corruption in South Bend, Indiana. I want to thank Famously Unfamous for bringing this to light and letting me share it out here. Everybody, if you want to share these out, feel free. I think we're more concerned about shedding a light, spreading the message, spreading the word, so to speak. But absolutely fantastic job, Famously. We appreciate you, sir. Ryan, thanks for coming in. Let's see, Mitch, all you guys, Havoc, Bluegrass, C4T. Appreciate everybody. Thank you for chiming in. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned. Might be something else going on tonight. Who knows? Much love, y'all. We'll catch you on the next one. See ya.